the last rounds of the two-day tournament. One game being shifted, games being shifted from Park Hill as a result of that. So that's something that they have to really bear in mind, and also it would affect what would be a good score here.
It's Kyron King from the northern end, and it's a short delivery. It's a length that he likes to bowl, and we've seen it in the two-day format, but he has to be more mindful in this shorter format of the game in terms of the restrictions.
Yes, he has to be careful with those wides. They will be harsher in terms of the calling of the wides, more strict in the limited overs version. It's a length that he likes, as you mentioned, but he has to make sure that he gets them between maybe the chest and the neck area, not higher than that.
Another issue that he had during that two-day format was the bowling of the no balls. And as you know, during this format of the game, a no ball is normally given as a free hit. So it's something that he has to be mindful of as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. Struggled a bit with his rhythm at times at Arnesville. Had one or two very long overs, 10 deliveries also, sometimes 3 or 4 no balls in an over. And so far, we have a side-on view here from where we are commentating, although you would not see it on your screen. So far, he's okay.
That's Theo Edward. Saw a bit of him in the two-day format. Looks to be a well-organized player. Troubled by the short ball on a couple of occasions.
Yeah, and I think that is why King would bear that in mind and still want to examine the middle of the pitch, even though it's a limited over game. They do not have anyone back other than the fine leg. Of course, they are the fielding restrictions with only 2 being outside the fine leg and the man down at third man. So it's a very typical or conventional ODI feel with 2 slips, a point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, fine leg, and a third man.
This one keeping a bit low there from Kyron King. A bit early to see that sort of inconsistent bounce.
It seems as if it may have jagged back as well to him. That previous delivery.
So the Barbados under 19, they won the two-day format. That last encounter versus Jamaica. Really putting in a very good performance, and this one is driven straight back to the bowler there, well fielded by King. Yes, the Barbados under 19 team won the tournament. Very good performance in that final against Jamaica. Putting up a good first innings total and really bowled their hearts out. And in the end, the second innings was really nothing to write home about. The Barbados team just bat and bat, and in the end became champions. This one again is short of a length. Well played there by Theo Edward. Just riding that one down to third man for another single.
Yeah, the Barbados team, they definitely look the strongest team in the 4-day competition. In particular with the bat, because that is really where most teams would have felt that they came up a bit short in the 2-day competition. And Barbados definitely were the most consistent team with the bat. Although none of the teams were spectacular with the bat, they were the most consistent and it really gave them the tournament in the end.
Agreed. I think they had about 5 or so scores over 200, and that really propelled them into good positions in terms of putting pressure back onto the opposition. You mentioned the frailties of the batting of most of the other teams. And hopefully during this 50 over leg of the tournament we see some improved batting performances. This one is punched past the man there at cover, should go into the boundary. A very good shot there from Stefan Pascal, just standing tall and punching that one, a favorite shot of his.
Yes, he's a tall lad, about 6'2", 6'3", thereabouts, and using his height to good effect there, as we see on that replay. Punching it, standing tall, elegant shot there through the covers for 4.
So it's the end of the second over, and at the end of it, the score here at the Park Hill playing field, Windward Islands, after winning the toss and batting first, they're 14 without loss.
Yeah, so it's a good start from the Windward Islands. As I mentioned and we agreed upon earlier, is that with the absence of Devon and Joseph, these two, and also Tariq Edward, a lot will depend on these two. So they have to not only make sure that they get off to a brisk start, but the start needs to be sustained for a long period. They don't want to fizzle away with a few wickets after the opening partnership. So they have to be mindful of that. Barbados definitely would want to make some quick inroads because you know that would stymie the run flow.
This one is walked again in the vicinity of where he actually got his first boundary, but this time there's a fielder there on the deep square leg boundary. Moved from that fine leg down to a deep square leg. So a single again to Theo Edward.
Yeah, they have brought the fine leg up into the circle and they have sent back the deep square leg. So the two fielders out are the man at third man and the man at deep square leg. Just backward of square on the onside.
This one is driven beautifully once again. Classy there from Stefan Pascal. He's definitely looking like a man on a mission here this morning here at the Parkway playing field.
Yes, you could hear all the cheers from his teammates. Well, that was a magnificent shot there. That one was struck on the up. It was not a half volley. He held the pose for the cameras. And that one bisected the man at mid-off and the man at extra cover all the way to the boundary for a splendid 4.
Well, you mentioned something earlier, Alans, in terms of the importance of this partnership at the top of the order. More so, the importance of Stefan Pascal, because we all know he has all the shots in the book. It's just a matter of him really putting up that big score. Hasn't had that throughout the tournament so far. This one is a hit fine again to the right of the man there at deep square leg. So he's definitely up and running here, Stefan Pascal. A delivery on the line of the leg stump and whipped it away, one bounce into the fence. He's scoring very quickly at the moment, and the score moves up to 22.
Yes, the Barbados team have to be a bit be very careful here because of the dimensions of the ground. When you're bowling from the end that Prescott is bowling from, you definitely want to stay away from the pads of the batsman because it's a very short hit to the onside. And to compound that as well, they're hitting with the wind in that direction.
It's not a very good start by Jotari Prescott, it must be said. We've seen him in the two-day format, and has bowled some very good lines and good lines. Gets the ball to move away from the right-hander. But we have not seen any evidence of that so far. He has been two sides of the wicket, and rightfully so. He has been punished by the openers here for the Windward Islands team.
I wonder if he's a bit jaded from all his exploits with bat and ball in that tournament.
This one is walked down to the man there, third man. In control of that shot there, a delivery on the line of the off stump and just steered it Stefan Pascal.
Yeah, there's also as we mentioned, there's also a very strong wind blowing as you look at your screen from right to left of your screen. So from the offside to the onside as the right hander faces from this end. The bowler has to be mindful of that and look to pitch up.
This one is punched, not timing it as well as he would like. Fielded there in the cover by Motara. Backed up there as well by Clark. So it's the end of another good over from the Windward Islands. A very good start from them here. After the 3 overs, they are 25 without loss.
Yes, 25 without loss and good progress from them. As I was about to say that the bowlers have to ensure that when they're bowling from that end, that Prescott is bowling from, that they pitch the ball just outside the off stump and allow it to come back in because the wind will be aiding it to come back into the right hander. So if you pitch it on the stumps, it will go down the leg side or onto the leg stump, which is a free hit basically in this direction.
Well, we mentioned that Prescott normally gets the ball to move away from the right hander. So ideally, perhaps he'll have to bowl from the southern end. But so far, we have King coming from this end. Kyron King into his second over. I've seen Stefan Pascal over the years, Alanson, even in the 2 previous editions. We have all seen his talents. Weston is on a 19 captain as well. Didn't have the best of World Cups, I must be said. Tend to get a lot of starts and just not carrying on. Something that I spoke about in the previous commentary on the Windward Islands games. And it will be really refreshing to see that he gets a start today and actually carries on, because it's not only going to be beneficial to him, but definitely the Windward Islands team, given the inexperience that we have seen in the middle order for the Windward Islands.
Yeah, you speak only the truth there, Osnet. It's something that he has to overcome as a batsman himself. Tends to get these pretty 20s, 30s, doesn't really go on to make significant scores often enough for his ability. We mentioned the World Cup that he only had that one significant score against England, half century. And other than that, just some quick starts and that was it. So he needs to ensure that he holds his hand up and takes the responsibility to bat as deep into the innings as possible.
And it's something we spoke about in at length really earlier on in the two-day format, where we were saying that a lot of these experienced under-19 internationals, we really need to see the best of them in terms of their consistency throughout the tournament, and some of the guys really didn't really perform as well as they would have liked, and I'm sure that they'll be looking forward to this 50 over leg of the tournament. Maybe we'll see a bit more performances from them.
So I do agree with you. Not just those who are on the West Indies on the 19 team, but also some of them who have played this level for a few years already. They would have expected something better, especially on the batting side of things, not so much the bowling. The bowlers, by and large, did a good job in the tournament. It's the batting that really didn't show up for most teams.
This one is well played there by Theo Edward, just coming into the line. A bit of innovation, but effective in the end. So he gets his second boundary, moves on to 12, and the Windward Island races on to 29 without loss.
Yeah, there he was. You could see it in the replay, just lifting the right leg. A la Gordon Greenwich just behind square on the leg side. Very well timed. As we mentioned, it's not a quick outfield by any means because of the rain that we have had, and also the drainage here at the Park Hill playing field. But that was a very good shot from him.
It's a good delivery there. I was just about to mention that we spoke about his frailties to some extent versus the shorter delivery, but that one before, the previous delivery where he got the boundary, was not that short. It was actually hip height. Just managed to swivel on it. That last delivery maybe is more in line with where Kyron King might want to be in terms of making it uncomfortable for Theo Edward. But in the end, well played. And it's the end of another over. At the end of the fourth over, Windward Islands, they're 29 without loss.
It's 29 without loss after 4 overs, Windward Islands. Barbados so far, they have bowled 2 overs apiece from each end for King and Prescott. I think some adjustments have to be made in terms of the lines that they have been bowling. They need to be more outside the off stump, I think. Have been a bit too straight and have been picked off too often from that line.
Prescott continues. I think that's a better line, a better length. So far, 2 overs for 19 Prescott. So it's been on the more expensive side. So far, the pitch looks to be a reasonable one. The ball seems to be coming through at a reasonable pace. Tend to be a reasonable batting wicket here at the Park playing field. This one is driven wonderfully down the ground. Would get close to the boundary. Yes, it does. Rushes into the rope now, but that's another gorgeous shot there from the talented Stefan Pascal.
Yeah, he's very strong on the drive. So when you pitch it in that general vicinity, he will tend to take the aggressive option. And that one was very well timed to the boundary. Just a little bit short on that side because of the dimensions, as opposed to where he hit it the last time, which would be the longest part of the boundary. So a little chat there between Morris and the bowler, wicketkeeper Morris, and the bowler Prescott. Maybe a suggestion in terms of the line and length. This one he pulls it back just a little bit. Pascal is able to get a single to the man at mid-on. So a shorter length, just back off a length there on that occasion, not allowing the drive. And I think that is what Morris, who has played quite a lot against Pascal, may have been telling Prescott is that he should just pull the length back a little bit. We mentioned that Pascal is very strong on the drive. So keep him more on the back foot. Not that he cannot score off the back foot, but I think he's very comfortable on the drive.
Indeed so. It's Edward in strike now. This one is punching off the front foot again. Should get close to the boundary. 2 runs. Perhaps not timing it as well as Pascal from the other end. But nevertheless, 2 runs added to the total. Partnership goes up to 36.
Yes, so 34 now. And 36 now on the board. And really, it's a brisk start. They're looking to maximize this first power play. See the projected score 386. If they get that, then that will be in for some entertainment, doesn't it?
This one is getting the outer portion of the bat down to the man there, third man.
You'll expect, though, that there will be some slowing down in the run rate as we go deeper into the game.
Definitely, and having won the toss and taken a decision to bat first, I think this would be rewarding for the Windward Island team in terms of they'll be relatively satisfied with what has happened so far, but they themselves will know that this is just a start. They definitely need to carry on and bat for longer periods of time if they are to put up any sort of substantial total that will challenge this Barbadian team. Another delivery walk past the man there at square leg for another single, so they've been able to get the boundaries, but I think most importantly for them, they've also been able to rotate the strike as well.
Yeah, that is what has been quite impressive from these two so far, is that they have not only looked for the boundaries. Pascal, I think, has taken a lead in that he has really looked to rotate the strike, and that Edward has been very responsive to his calling as well. So it has been an impressive partnership so far, albeit a short one. Maybe in the minds of the Barbados team and the supporters of Barbados, it has been long enough, the partnership, and they would want to see a breakthrough now for the Barbados team. I think that there will be a change. No. King will continue. So both Rorrell and Seeley coming up to him thought that they were going to probably effect a change at this point, but no, King will continue.
There's actually no Ranico Smith in this lineup here this morning, and he has been a critical part of their success in that 2-day format. Not to show if he's carrying somewhat of an injury or something of that line. But he'll definitely be a loss for the Barbadian team, given his pace and accuracy that we've seen from him.
Yes, I would definitely agree with you. Maybe just giving him a little rest in probably the first game or two. You have 2 games back to back. They may think that their pace bowling resources are strong enough that they can do that, and then as they progress into the tournament, they may call him back in the business end.
I think what we have seen in terms of the lineup is that they have a couple of spinners, so they really littered the first 11 with some spinners. We'll get back to that after this delivery. This one is punched out to the man there, Kyle Jordan, and the covers. Yes, so you have the likes of Nathan Seeley, Surav Worrell. You also have Mutara. He has a spinner, and I think Preston Clark also is a spinner.
Yeah, quite a bit of spin. And I think that is exactly as soon as the power play finishes, I think they're going to have a diet of spin bowling, which is why probably the captain is persisting a bit now with his pacers. Get them as many overs in the power play as possible, and then I'm sure he would be on quickly, along with probably Motara.
Another seam bowling option would be Zion Brathwaite. So bowling quite a bit in the 2-day format as well. It's medium fast.
Yes, he bowled okay enough, did the job that he was expected of him as a partnership breaker, and probably a bit of a golden arm. But I don't think you'll see him bowling a lot in this format, especially at this venue with the boundaries being so small, because he didn't have the most control, although he would produce a wicket-taking delivery here and there.
There's a change in the field, the man there at mid-off going back to long off. This one is walking it fine. Should get close to the boundary. And I think we've said it on a number of occasions this morning. That ball is rushing off the bat of Stefan Pascal for another boundary. He rushes on to 26. It's now 42 without loss.
Yeah, it's a dangerous ploy on this pitch because of the dimensions to be bowling too straight and too full. if you're full on the pads, then you really can be dealt with severely on this wicket. Both boundaries that are in the long leg and fine leg region are not the longest. Although Pascal is hitting into win in that direction, he hit it all on the ground. So
his punch, a chance for a run out. Very close there indeed. I think the effort there from King wasn't the best. If it is that he had backed up well enough, I think Stefan Pascal might have been in a bit of problems there. But in the end, all as well, that ends well there for Stefan Pascal and the Windward Islands.
Yeah, it was good feeling from Jordan, but it was a poor call, I think, because of the bounce. It was always going to bounce nicely into his hands running around. And so it was always going to be difficult for Pascal to make his run comfortably in that case.
Yes, I think he got a very generous bounce there, Jordan. Bit off balance as well when he threw it. Definitely a half chance. This one is punched out to the man there at deep point. One of those fielders outside the circle here in the power play.
We know this is Edward, and as he overcomes an end at 44 without loss. We noticed there to Edward that they had both the deep backward square leg out and also the man at the point area. So definitely they're going to be bowling just a bit shorter to him. Not too sure if that will be exactly the same ploy to Pascal. We'll have to go back and see as they continue from here into the next few overs. But what we have seen from them is that willingness to use the middle of the pitch. It's not a quick pitch, but it's not the slowest pitch either. So there's enough encouragement there for the pace bowlers. As Jordan will come on now, Kyle Jordan, medium pacer, to bowl from the end that Prescott was bowling from. So he'll replace Prescott from the Paul Best centre end, I suppose that you'll call it, from here in Park Hill.
Yes, we were speaking about those bowling options for the Barbados team in terms of seam bowling option. So we have Jordan here. I haven't bowled a lot in the tournament. This one is short of a length on the pads there of Theo Edward. And walked it straight to the man that finally for no run. It's actually a free hit, so not the best of start there for Kyle Jordan. Free hit here for Theo Edward.
Yeah, that was a naughty start there from Jordan.
Another no ball. This one is powered out to the man there at a deepish mid-on for a single. A bit disappointed there, Theo Edward, not taking full advantage of that free hit, but his captain, on the other hand, now is in strike, so he'll get another free hit.
Yeah, naughty there from John, as we mentioned before. Really the cardinal sin in the white ball format, bowling no balls. As you mentioned, he hasn't bowled a lot before, so maybe he is a bit ring rusty, so to speak. Has an interesting action, very chesty action.
This one is hit over cover, bit officially, but not the power that he was looking for, Stefan Pascal. Caught nicely by Zion Brathwaite, and it's actually another no ball. So it's really becoming the norm here for Jordan to overstep. First 3 deliveries, 3 no balls, and he doesn't have the longest run up, Alanson, running in from a few paces, and really and truly shouldn't be bowling no balls. This one is bowled him, stumps knocked out of the ground. But as we mentioned, it's a free hit. 47 without loss. It's the first legitimate delivery of the over.
Yeah, he has been bowling around that off-stump area. So the line and length is not necessarily a problem. What we have seen from him so far is really getting that front foot to stay behind that line, or at least a piece of it behind the line.
Punching this one out to mid-on, and once again the running between the wickets, something that we have applauded by these Windward Islands openers.
Excellent rotation of strike. It brings up the 50 for the Windward Islands team of 6.2 overs. The partnership so far, or 41 deliveries as well. 27 the contribution of Pascal. 16 the contribution of Edward. Not too sure why the contribution and the scores are different, since the two of them have only batted together But just an error there. So 28 and 18, I think, the contribution from each batsman in the partnership.
I think the difference would be the no balls that were bowled.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was saying that they had different contributions for the batsmen than their score. So it's another no ball for Jordan. So this really, the wheels have kind of come off here for Barbados early in the piece. They can recover because it's very early in the game, but this is not good precedent being set here by Jordan, struggling a bit to keep his foot behind the line.
Yes, and testing the fitness of umpire Colin Bryan from that end. Has got quite a bit of work to do in this over. This one is a mighty hit over square leg for a massive 6 there from Stefan Pascal. Must be said, a generous full toss on the line of the leg stump, and he said thank you very much, 6 more runs.
Yeah, really struggling here is Jordan. Yeah, that was a help me shot. He helped me delivery, really, just a gift around your leg stump, around hip height. Really just very easy pickings for the batsman. So he's really struggling here, and I think he would just want to come out of the over as quickly as possible.
Still has 3 deliveries to go. There's both 7 deliveries so far, but only 3 of them has been legitimate deliveries. So definitely under a bit of pressure here, Kyle Jordan. This one is short of a length, punching it out to the man there, Mutara, at a backward point position. A bit of disappointment there from Stefan Pascal.
Yeah, when we're looking at Jordan's action, he puts a lot into the delivery. Not much of a run-up, not much rhythm in the run-up either, and I think that might be something that is causing him to struggle just a little bit with the no balls.
This one is played nicely in the mid-wicket region for another single. The scoreboard continues to be pushed on as Windward Islands they move on to 58 without loss. 1 delivery remaining in this over. This one is pulled in front of square with a bit of disdain, really. 4 more runs here to Theo Edward.
Yes, really, as you mentioned, it was disdainful, but it was awesome making a statement there to Jordan that you don't have the pace to bowl that line and that length to me, so you need to ensure that you do something different. I think also here, I think he predicted the length a bit there because Jordan has been around that length throughout the over, and he was really early into the shot, as you mentioned, getting it well in front of square on the onside. So at the end of the over, the score has rattled on to 62 without loss. After 7 overs.
That's a very good over. Just below 9 runs per over. The Windward Island team. I think if you sat in the Windward Island team meeting before this game, this is ideally what they would have wanted. A positive start without any loss of wickets. It'll be interesting to see if the captain will persist with Jordan from that end, but for now, we're going to see Kyron King to continue proceedings. This one is foolish length, driven out to the man there long off. One of those fielders stationed outside the fielding restrictions. The other is at a deep point.
Yeah, so it should be an offside line predominantly. Oh, they're making some changes. So for Edward, as you mentioned before, the man is back at point, and there's going to be now a 3rd man. So they're going to concentrate just outside the off stump to him. So slight change as it was for Pascal than it was for Pascal.
This one is outside the off stump, slashing at that one, Theo Edward, not making any sort of connection.
Yeah, we mentioned also that Pascal is strong on the drive, so definitely that long off, I think, is specific to him because of where he likes to score. Edward goes a bit square on most occasions, so they are packing the square field. The third man back on the boundary and the man at deep backward point.
Well, into the 8th over here, you mentioned that the captain perhaps thinking about his seamers to bowl a majority of this forced power play. But given what we've seen from the other end from Kyle Jordan, I think he might actually have to turn to one of his spinners in the power play.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that it won't be too long before we see the spin bowlers bowling. Captain in particular usually introduces himself quite early.
This one is driving it out to the man here at a deepish point for 2 runs. Not the best of effort there from Kyle Jordan.
I mean, he's still thinking about the over that he just bowled. That can happen to you sometimes in cricket. Feel like you have let the team down just a bit, have it on your mind.
2 more runs added to the total. 65 without loss here at the Windward Islands. If you're now joining us, the Windward Islands, they won the toss earlier here at the Parkway playing field and decided to bat first. And so far, it's a decision that has been justified. As this one is played out to the man there, Worrell, mid-off for another single. So good communication between these two. So far, they've put a lot of pressure on the fielders in the ring, and they've been able to also put away the bad deliveries, which is ideally what you want as an opening pair.
Now that Pascal is on strike, the man goes back at a deep cover as opposed to a deep backward point. The third man comes into the ring, and there's a slight change. They have brought up the man from long off. So there's now a deep square leg. So that option of the short ball, just keeping that for King, who does bowl a good short delivery.
A bit loose there from Stefan Pascal, just not getting that right leg out to the pitch of the delivery on that occasion. Beating the outside edge there, Kyron King with that final delivery. He's completed 4 overs so far, none for 20. Windward Islands, after 8 overs, they're 66 without loss.
Given what we are seeing from the other end, King must be commended for his figures. He has been going at 5 runs and over amidst the carnage. Scoring now is in excess of 8 runs and over, 8.25 to be exact. So he has done a reasonably good job for his team. Just that the captain is struggling for somebody to take control from the other end, the Pearl Best centre end. He's now introducing Zion Brathwaite to the bowling attack.
Well, we were a bit surprised to see Kyle Jordan being given the ball before Zion Brathwaite. Zion Brathwaite has actually bowled more overs in the 2-day format than Kyle Jordan. But as you mentioned, this really is don't want to say weak link, but it's definitely not the strongest area in terms of that force change seamer from the Barbadian team.
I'll get back to you shortly after the delivery.
This one is a full toss. And no ball as well. I think you'll get a warning also from the umpire. So not the best of start from Brathwaite either.
I don't, because of the size of the ground, I think he's probably a bit intimidated, the skipper, to bowl the spin. But we have seen quite a few games here at Parkhill, and I can tell you that spin bowling has been very effective in spite of the dimensions of the ground. So he should not be afraid to introduce himself or one of the other spinners within the power play.
It's a slow delivery there, well bowled by Brathwaite. Theo Edwards into that shot before the ball even arrived.
And as we mentioned before, he does have quite a few spin options, himself included. Worrell, who bowled extremely well last year in the 50 over competition, was very successful in terms of his wicket taking and also his control. And of course, they have the trump card of Zishan Mutare in this competition, leg spinner.
It's also a wicket that is spinners friendly on some occasions. We've seen the seamer so far, the ball coming through at a reasonable pace. A kind of easy pace wicket as it relates to the seamers. They can play their shots, they can play through the line. But we haven't seen what the spin, what's on offer for the spinners as yet. Another single taken by the Windward Islands.
Yeah, aside from that, where they struck the ball just to the right of of Jordan that occasion a few overs ago and was almost run out into Pascal in that case. They have run very well between the wickets and they have chosen and judged the signals very, very well.
This one is played out to deep mid wicket for another single. Doing it easy here, Windward Islands. A scoring rate of 8 runs per over.
Yes, now that the field is back a little bit more on the leg side in terms of the square leg being out. That occasion got away with that line on the pad, Brathwaite, but he needs to be very careful of bowling that line.
This one is played a bit squarer to get close to the boundary, but King comes around, cleans up, limiting the batters there to a single.
It's a good field placement to have the square leg back. Bowlers we have seen the bowl a bit straight on some occasions, and if that square leg was up, those 2 deliveries would have been 2 boundaries. So it's not a bad ploy to have the square leg back.
Yes,
as one of the 2.
Sorry, I was about to say that most of the seamers from that end has really struggled in terms of their lines. The wind definitely hasn't helped. And it's the first over completed by Brathwaite. Not a bad one in the context of things. 4 overs, 4 runs coming from it. And the end of 9 overs, Windward Islands, they are 70 without loss.
Yeah, the Windward Islands after a brisk start. And just so in the scoreboard, that is that Devani Joseph is in the 11. We didn't receive that information. We'll confirm that a little bit later. But he's listed there on the scorecard that came up to bat at 3. So we'll see how. We'll find out for you what the case is in a while. As we have King continuing, he's in the midst of a good spell. We have seen that he has the ability to bowl very long spells, as we saw in that 3rd round of the 2-day games. That fixture against the Leeward Islands, just bowled and bowled and bowled. Against Guyana, sorry, he just bowled and bowled and bowled. Full session of bowling. This one is wide outside the off stump. Called wide by umpire Mokan of Guyana. You mentioned that he bowled for a full period in the evening, then came back the next day, bowled for the entire morning spell, and then continued again after lunch. So he's shown the ability to bowl long spells, King. So if needed for his team, there's definitely that option.
This one is powered down the ground. Full toss. And there was Theo Edwards just punching that one down the ground. The man there at mid-off had no chance really. And it's another boundary in this power play.
Yeah, it was a full toss, as you mentioned. So they have bowled a few too many boundary deliveries. We were just saying that King has been bowling quite well. Maybe trying there for something slightly slower and fuller, but over pitched in the end. And very easily dispatched by Theo Edward.
This one is short of a length. Just pulling this one in front of square. Should be able to get 2 more. So, a very good start by these 2. Not getting bogged down in any way. And scoring at a reasonable pace as well. The Barbados team here definitely need a breakthrough if they are to really stem the flow of runs that we've seen so far. 77 without loss. This one is slashed at outside the off stump, not making any sort of correct connection.
Yeah, that cover area is quite inviting for him. It's the shortest boundary on the field. He's looking to go through the offside there, but beaten in the end. Rehearsed something a bit more straight in terms of the shot that he essayed in his rehearsal.
This one again, he's playing a similar shot, but this time umpire Mukan. Shoulders, arms. It's a wide. So runs continue to be accumulated. 78 without loss. Both teams getting generous support here today at the Parkway playing field.
Yeah, it's essentially it's the scoring rate of a 20 over game. What we're seeing here so far. So Barbados really need to pull things back as quickly as possible.
This one is pulled in front of square again. Once again, a bit of poise there from Theo Edward. A shortish delivery and punished that one really in front of square for 4 more. 82 without loss.
So as we look at the replay, that one was not that short actually. It was just around the off stump, just outside in terms of the height and the length, the width. Just maybe on the 5th stump at off stump at stump height, but really just was into it very early, pulling it through the mid-wicket region for 4 runs. So he's almost looking and waiting for that short delivery from King, and anything even fractionally short, he's on the pull.
This one is over the top, out to a long position, couple of bounces into the fence. So he's definitely on the go here, Theo Edward, and his Windward Island supporters are loving it.
Yeah, his teammates making a lot of noise here behind us. 86 for without loss actually after 9.5 overs. So looking to finish the power play quite strongly here. Theo Edward now on to 41 of 37 deliveries. He's past his captain. He's on 37.
This one is a shortish delivery, a top edge over the wicket keeper. Chance for second, but they declined that opportunity. As umpire Mukan had salt to the wound of the Barbadian here with a no ball again. So it's a feature of their bowling that hasn't been something to write home about so far in terms of those no balls.
Yeah. Tell you what, I'm not sure how much they celebrated that win in the two-day competition, but it may seem that so far they are still haven't really gotten over that celebration because they have not really shown up here with the consistency that we tend to expect from them, and they have been punished by a rampant opening pair for the Windward Islands.
Rampant indeed. Captain Pascal coming in to strike to face this free hit. This one is a slow delivery, skied, and a single. Very disappointing Kyron King there. Expensive over indeed. 18 runs coming from it, sorry. And at the end of the 10th over, the first power pick completed. Windward Islands, after winning the toss, electing to bat first, they're 89 without loss.
Yes, after the first power play here, 89 without loss. Edward on 42, Pascal on 38. No wickets yet for the Barbados bowlers. And really a rollicking start here for the Windward Islands. Now comes the challenge of the spin bowlers and how they negotiate the next 10, 15 or 20 overs or so will go a long way as to letting us know how they will position themselves at the end of this innings. Barbados still have a good chance in this game if they are now to restrict them and to suffocate the run scoring with their spin bowlers and to really get in amongst the Windward Islands batting lineup. But so far they are really large and in charge at this point of the game, the Windward Islands, but there's more to come, so we'll see how things develop. So Seeley is now in the bowling. He's now bowling his first delivery. He'll be bowling to Pascal. There's a long off, a long on, and a man at deep mid-wicket. There's a man at deep point as well. And just looking for the other deep square leg as well. That's out. Is it? Yeah, so there's a deep mid-wicket, a long on, a long off. A man at point, Well, a sweeper cover on the boundary. There's an extra cover. Wide call there by umpire Brian. Somebody seems to be off the field. Somebody seems to be off the field, hasn't it? I think I've counted 10 Barbados fielders. There are 4 outside the circle at the moment and 4 in the ring as well. So I think that there's one person who is off the field somewhere. No. No, we have accounted for all of them now. So there's 5 in the ring and 4 outside the circle. So there's a slip, there's a man at backward point, an extra cover, mid-wicket, square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and a sweeper cover. So that accounts for the 11 fielders. So far, Seeley has been quite tight, as he usually is, except for that wide down the leg side.
Well, you mentioned that his style of bowling is more suited to this shorter form of the game. And so far, we have seen that. Doesn't give a lot away. Ball relatively straight. Gets the ball to turn on occasions. But I think his strength is really his accuracy.
So at the end of the 11th over, 2 runs conceded in that over, the score, Windward Islands are under 19, they are 91 without loss.
Well, very quiet over there from Nathan Seeley, given what has gone before him, as the players come on for a small drink here at the Parkway playing field, and we'll take a drink here in the commentary box as well.
Yeah, so we're back here at the Arnesville. Sorry, at the Park Hill playing field. I've been saying Arnesville for the last 4 matches, or last 3 matches. Back at the Park Hill playing field where new bowler is being introduced. Clark, tall, seems like an off spinner, yes. And he'll be bowling to the Windward Island skipper, Pascal. There is a man at slip. There's a man at point. There's a man at extra cover. So it's basically the same feel that we had in the last over. Deep mid wicket out, long on, long off. And a man at sweeper cover.
Well, I don't think Clark would have played any of the 2-day games. We saw him in between the breaks actually bowling. So it's good to see that young man gets his chance here in this 50-over format.
It's this one for a single down to long on, where it is fielded by John. So Pascal moves on to 40 runs off 30 deliveries, going at a strike rate of 133.3. This one actually fielded by his, inadvertently stopped by his batting partner at the non-striker. Strikers end. Loud appeal for LBW there, but not interested is umpire Mokan. He's a tall off spinner. Seems to be getting a bit of bounce already from the pitch. And some turn as well. This one maybe turning past the leg stump.
Well, he's a tall man. Does seem to give it a bit of a rip. So it'll be interesting to see the type of response he gets on this particular wicket. It will also be interesting to see how Theo Edward goes. He played the seamers very well. So far, hasn't really been able to walk the ball into the gaps versus the spinners. So it's something he definitely have to work on.
Yes. Loud appeal there, but that one bouncing quite high as well. Yes, he seems to be a bit more restricted against the spin bowling. Based on what we have seen so far from him. This one is fuller, driven, but held back a little bit there on that occasion to the man there at extra cover. So just a single of the first over from King. At the end of the over, it is 92 without loss.
That's a very good start there from Preston Clark. Just conceding 1 run in that over. Posed a bit of a difficulty for the writer, the Theo Edward, as well throughout that over. We mentioned his inability really to walk the ball into the gaps. And it's an important stage of the game here in terms of these two. Yes, they got off to a rollicking start, but the spinners now, it will be interesting to see how they play the spinners. The amount of runs that they're able to accumulate will depend largely on how well they play the spinners in this particular period.
Sealy will continue to Pascal, so skipper to skipper. 12th over. Pascal is on the front foot defending it. Last over being bowled, previous over being bowled by Clark. I think I mentioned King, so my apologies to the viewers. This one is driven. Oh, and it's dropped at extra cover. Very easy catch there by Don. Seem to take it a bit casually, and that might come in to prove quite a costly miss for the Barbados team.
Yes, a very lazy effort, it must be said, there by Joshua Don. Normally in the slip cordon, seen him in the extra cover region there, and really Captain Seeley very disappointed with that effort.
Appreciable bounce and turn on that delivery, went straight to the man and slipped McCollin.
Yes, I mentioned he's not a big turn off the ball, but on that occasion, giving it a bit of revs and turning past the batters and straight into the slip on hand.
And it is because of what we have seen so far why I am not sure why they didn't introduce the spinners in the power play. I mean, against a team that was so rampant against the pace, and knowing that, well, I don't know if they knew, but this wicket does help the spinners. Really could have introduced spin maybe in the 6th or 7th over.
Agreed. Especially considering the start that the Windward Island team got. Really power the seamers to all parts of this ground. But so far the spinners, they've really spun a web around these two. All the day still.
And that's the end of the over. At the end of the over number 13, it's 93 without loss. So by our calculations, they have only scored 4 runs off the last 3 overs from the spinners. So they have immediately put a stranglehold on the scoring.
And this is something that we have seen at all levels in the Caribbean, really. Whenever the spinners are introduced, it tends to put a break on the scoring, and we tend to see a lot of rash shots coming out. You know, Lions be hoping that. Oh, and this one is bowled him. Well bowled by Preston Clark. We mentioned that so far he has really found his line and his length. After being dropped in the previous over, Captain Pascal here bowled comprehensively.
Yeah, looking at the replay there, this one, oh, that's a lovely delivery. Every off spinner will be happy for that. That one was pitching well outside the off stump, turned back in between the gate, and really had him bowl all ends up. It was a dangerous shot to play against somebody who's turning the ball into you as well. It really should have been tighter there on that off stump, but an excellent delivery.
Well, welcome back to the Parkway playing field. Experienced a bit of difficulties there in terms of the technical aspects of the broadcast, and hopefully you're hearing us loud and clear now as we see the pick up into the 18th over here. An over being bowled by Preston Clark into his 4th over so far. Figures of 1 for 5, make that 1 for 6 with that single. Bowled a maiden last over. So it's a matter of the Windward Island team really getting a grip of the spinners here, being a bit more proactive. This one again striking them on the pad. Bit of tone, a bit of bounce there from Preston Clark. It's been very impressive so far into his 4th over. Theo Edward, we mentioned before, got off to a rather quick start, but so far since the introduction of the spinners hasn't really been able to score at the rate that he was scoring at before. Lucas Sylvester as well, 6 from 14 deliveries. Strike rate of below 50 runs per 100 ball. But I guess the most important thing from the Windward Islands here is that they've only lost 1 wicket so far. They just need to get through this period and find a way of scoring against the spinners. Getting through there over here very quickly as well. Another over completed there from Preston Clark. And at the end of the 18th over, 104 for the loss of 1. Both spinners bowling 8 overs between them so far, 1 for 15. So that's an economy rate of just around 2 runs per over from the spinners in comparison to the seamers, where they were taken a liking to by both openers. It's going to be Captain Seeley into his 5th overs, none for 9 so far. This one is short and punched it out to the man there at deep extra cover for a single, so that's a bit better from Sylvester, getting off strike very early in that over.
Yeah, so as you heard from Osnet, we are back from a bit of a technical issue, and just some information in terms of the playing conditions. That 20 overs have to be bowled by pace in the 50 overs, and half of those, which is 10 overs, have to be bowled at the start of the inning. So they really didn't hamstrung the Barbados team in terms of rotating the bowlers earlier in the power play. So that explains probably why the skipper didn't make that what seemed to be an obvious change. Playing conditions aside, that is.
Thank you very much for that information, Mr. Cruikshank. But this period after post seamers, if I could say that, has really been won by the Barbadian team so far. They've been able to stifle the scoring rate. Mentioned Windward Islands being 89 without loss from 10 overs. So far, just scoring a meager 16 runs from the next 9 or so.
Yeah, and they've lost their skipper. Edward really, the handbrake has been pulled up in his innings. He was going at about a run a ball in the power play, and since then he has added just a handful of runs off his next 30 or so deliveries. This one bouncing outside the off stump. So another tight over by Seeley. Basically what we have come to expect from him in the white ball format. Clark picking up the 1 wicket, 1 for 6 off his 4 overs. Again, another testament to the stranglehold that Barbados have really exerted on this innings since the introduction of the finger spinners.
It's just a solitary run from that last over, and mentioning that the 2 batters at the moment, they have to find a way of scoring. They have to find a way to get the ball into the gaps. It's not a matter of finding boundaries at this point in time, and that is one way, using the crease, going back and punching this one out to a deepish cover Sylvester, similar to the last over where he was able to get that single from that forced delivery. But it's a matter of Theo Edward now. I get the feeling with Theo Edward, because of this stranglehold that has been placed on him, he might see a big shot at some point in time.
I think his teammates sense it as well. They're really encouraging him not to go for anything out of the ordinary. But it's something that he really would have to add to his game, that rotation of the strike against the spin bowlers. Saw that rotation against the quick bowlers when he and Pascal were in. But just need to be able to manipulate the ball into the gaps against the spinners. There's opportunity. There are some big gaps in the field. Some of these straighter deliveries, that one turning back into him. Electing to play all those off the back foot. Maybe to give himself some time to view the turn. The degree of turn in particular. This one is a fuller delivery. It's really feeling by his non-striker's bat. He was driven firmly down the ground. And it's the second time that Edward has been robbed of a single by his non-striker. This occasion it's Sylvester. The previous occasion it was his captain Pascal.
Yeah, and that would add to the frustration from him. He hasn't been able to score in this over so far.
This one is a suicidal run. Suicidal run on that occasion. And I think that run out was purely because of the pressure that was placed on Theo Edward. This non-striker really should have said no. I mean, he just struck that ball straight to the man just back out of point on the offside and took off for a run. There was no way that should have been a single. And Rikel Sylvester, his innings comes to an end. Run out for 8.
Well, how many times have we seen this, Malansu? The previous delivery, if you remember, it was actually a long single down to long on, but it was blocked by Sylvester. So the last delivery now, him being run out, I'm sure both players will be very disappointed. But as you said, it was a delivery played straight to the man. That's a short toward man. It was never a single. And in the end, a very good not stumping opportunity, but very good effecting of the run out there by Joshua Morris. And Barbados gleefully accepting that opportunity.
Let me tell you something. I'll just say something here quickly. It is really a case of trying to make up for previous delivery. And in cricket, you cannot do that. Every delivery is different. You struck the ball and it hit the bat of your non-striker on the previous delivery. And now you feel, well, you have to get a single off the other delivery no matter what happens. And now the team is 1 wicket down, 1 wicket further down because of that decision making. That really is disappointing from the Windward Islands. And when I say disappointing, I don't mean for Windward Islands only, but for the development of West Indies cricket at the under-19 level. These are the cream of the crop that we do have, and we want to see better decision making from them.
Agreed. The new player is Stephen Abraham coming in at number 4. And to really test the metal here of the middle order of the Windward Islands. Spoke about the importance of the captain at the top of the order and how his performance will really guide how the Windward Islands fare.
Yeah, and you could say that with the dismissal of the captain, that Barbados have really been larger in charge since then. And although they have only taken 1 more wicket, they really have stymied the run flow. And both batsmen, well, even the in-batsman of Edward really has looked very uncomfortable since the introduction of the spin bowlers. Good thing for Windwards and for him, he's still there. Two slips in place now as Seeley is looking for that outside edge as he comes forward to play those deliveries. Single taken there easily in the end. That's the end of over number 21. It is 107 for 2.
Yeah, the spinners getting through the overs very quickly here. So a while ago we just completed 10 overs and now we are at over number 21. But the Windward Island team not going anywhere quickly at the moment. Theo Edward has been there from the start, 48 from 83 deliveries. And Stephen Abraham hasn't troubled the scorers as yet. So Windward Islands 107 for 2. Given the start that we have seen from them, I think they'll be very disappointed with their last 10 overs or so.
But these things, they come back to that big question about playing spin in the Caribbean. And also, what's the plan to score against spin bowling in limited overs games? And to be honest, I think Edward, he has a plan to stay there, but I don't see him having a plan to score against the spinners.
And ideally, we are in a limited overs tournament and you still have to score. I think that's something that we always make mention of in terms of you have to score when you're playing limited overs cricket. It's not a matter of surviving.
He, with that single, goes up to 49 of 86 deliveries. As mentioned before, when he got into his 40s, he was going out to run a ball. So really has been
an innings of
constricted.
Really.
Yeah, constricted here. Almost an anaconda-like squeeze here from the Barbados bowling.
Slight jizzle coming across the ground. Not too sure to what extent that will affect us. Some showers in the forecast for today. Hopefully that stays away. Just to go back to your point about playing spin in the Caribbean, I think it has to start at these lower levels in terms of the under 15, under 17, under 19 level. Getting batters who are comfortable playing against spin. So that when you reach international cricket, you still have a degree of competency playing against spin.
Yeah, and this is not something new. I mean, having followed the youth competitions here in St. Vincent, they have been held here for some time now. I think on and off. I think if I go back as far as maybe Kyron Powell, that's now is caught behind. This one is caught behind another wicket for Clark. And he's really causing some havoc here. And spin bowlers really weaving a web around the batsmen of the Windward Islands. And as I was about to say that even from that cohort with Powell and those other guys from around 2008 or 9, somewhere there, or 7, this tournament was being played here. Not necessarily every year, but on and off. And what you would see is that as soon as spinners come on, most batsmen, even before the ball is out of their hand, they're forward and they have just patted back to the bowler. Even in the limited overs format. And then you ask yourself the question, how are they scoring? How do they plan to score? Are they waiting for a long hop or a full delivery or a full toss or something like that? You may not get those. You might just get good deliveries all the time. So what are you going to do against the good deliveries? So you must have a plan to score. And if you have a plan, then you practice that plan during your practice sessions. And then you come out and you try to execute it in the game.
Agreed. I think we have seen a lot of that here this morning in terms of the limited technique of some of these Windward Island batters as it relates to scoring against the spinners. The new batter being Fontaine, or Sino Fontaine. Saw him in the under 15 tournament being held here last year. Very impressive. Led his team from the front. This is a different kettle of fish, a step up for him.
Yeah, definitely a different level of cricket for him. Has some promise. Has a fairly good technique, but again, I think this will challenge him, having the spinners to play through at this stage of the game.
As you see, a change in bowling as well is Zishan Motara. The jizzle has somewhat subsided to some extent. Hopefully it remains that way.
So a fuller delivery from Motara driven back to him. Even that length, that's a length that you should be scoring from. Electing to go back on that occasion.
One thing the Barbadian team has done, they have managed to quell the support of the Windward Island team. Just to the back of us. All around, they're very vibrant with that partnership on the go. But in the last few overs or so, has been relatively quiet. Remember Patrick Cummins actually saying in the World Cup final, if they're able to keep the Indian crowd quiet, it means that they're doing a relatively good job.
Yes, definitely. So 50 now coming up there for Edward. Bit of relief from him. Raises his bat. But I think his job is only halfway done. He really needs to score a century here to get his side to a good total.
Yes, he has been there from the start. You mentioned it has been an innings of two halves from him, really. Started off quickly, played very freely against the seamers, but so far against the spinners just hasn't been able to set himself free. But thankfully, from a Windward Islands perspective, he's still there. And as long as you're there, you can score runs. You can score runs in the pavilion, as our coaches will say.
So Clark to continue. That's a very dangerous ploy that he has of going back onto the back foot to that length. He has to be very careful. I think he's not sure of the spin and is going to go back on the back foot to try to see what is happening. But really, that's a very full delivery to be on the back foot for. One is driven firmly but fielded well by Clark off his own bowling. Most bowlers are good off their own bowling, aren't they, Osnat?
Definitely so. See the likes of Ravindra Jadeja and these guys on the international stage.
That one was a very flighty delivery. Looking to hit it a bit too square, I think. The straight boundaries are not that. They're kind of inviting, in my opinion. I think you'll be better so trying to play down the ground more often than not once it's that full. This one is another flighty delivery, but had enough time to go back on the back foot to get it through the covers. So if he has that area in mind to score, I would like to see him scoring there more often because he's getting enough deliveries that he could get on the back foot and just place the ball with manipulating the bat face in that gap, which is quite big between the man who is at a very straight extra cover shot and the man at a shortish backward point.
Yes, and so far he has elected to play off the back foot. I think if you have to speak from Clark's perspective, he perhaps need to get him onto the front foot. This delivery may be going on with the arm past the outside edge of Fontaine.
Yes, that brings us to the end of the over. It's 110 for 3 wickets. So we could say that the Windward Islands, they have scored an additional 21 runs for 3 wickets since the power play, which ended 14 overs ago.
If I emphasize the point that we were making, that such a break has been applied to the scoring rate of the Windward Islands.
This one is coming off the edge, but not going to anybody in terms of carrying to hand. But definitely looks quite static at the crease, Edward. Not definitely not one who looks prepared to use his feet. This one is a fuller delivery, which he gets behind square on the onside, only for a single. So that's all there would be from that delivery. Brings Arsenio Fontaine into strike, young Dominican, just up from the under 15 level. So he'll be just about 15 or so years old, maybe. Has just turned 16, maybe. We'll verify that a bit later. He was the captain for Dominica under 15, and Windward is under 15 as well. This one very full, so good single there by Fontaine. Very full and just pushing it in the gap. That's all they need to do, especially at that length. If they get that length, then it doesn't really matter which way it's turning. It's full enough for you just to push it into the gap.
Yes, more of that needed from these two, just to get the partnership a bit of momentum. We mentioned the early momentum was wrestled by the Windward Island openers, But so far since the 10th over, the Barbados team has managed to get that momentum back into their bowling effort with their spinners. Still a lot of overs to go, 25 overs to go. I'm sure the Windward Islands will have a target in mind. Whatever that target is, I guess we'll see in terms of how they approach their batting from now on. What type of total do you think would be a reasonable total here, Alanson?
Well, I think a reasonable total has to be over 200 runs, but whether they'll be able to get it based on how they're batting the spinners is another question. I think there's more than enough time as the over comes to an end. 112 for 3 after 24 overs. So as there's enough time left in the game as that for them to get well over 200 runs. However, I think this partnership needs to last maybe another 9 overs, 10 overs or so. And I think that they need to ensure that they don't give them more wickets to the spinners. But they also need to score at the minimum 3 runs and over against them. Even if you are more limited against the spin bowling, you can't have them bowling at economy rates of 1 point something per over.
Agreed. Totally agree with what you're saying. I recall at one point in the first power play, the projected target was 386. So 200 or so is a serious fall off from that earlier projected total.
Yeah, once it came up on the score of over 400. Of course, we know that they were not going to continue at that rate throughout the innings. However, it's a case where they have almost really just applied the handbrake. So they need to find ways of scoring these singles in a risk-free manner. Keep the scoreboard ticking. That's a good call from Fontaine. That's very good from him. Because I think Edward is a little bit, at this moment, I think he's probably just a little bit into his batting mindset and working hard at his own batting. And sometimes he's not seeing the opportunity for runs. And that must never leave you once you're in a game.
I don't think he run out of his partner previously. Sylvester would have helped as well. He'll be a bit more reluctant now to take those 50-50 calls in terms of singles.
This one was left alone outside the off stump. A bit quicker, that delivery from Clark.
But ever so often with Clark, he tends to just get that delivery to hold its own outside the off stump. Another example of that there as well. Using the breeze, the wind as well. We mentioned the wind is critical here at the Parkway playing field.
Yes, it's an excellent choice of ends from Barbados. You know, the planning has been good. That will help his drift, and the opposite end will help the drift of Sealy, the left arm spinner. And that brings us to the end of another over. At the end of 26 overs, it is now 114 for 3.
Yes, the Windward Island team continue to go along at a snail-like pace, really. In this encounter. First match of this CWI Rising Stars on the 1950 over tournament. Remember, we have 2 other games being played. We have Jamaica versus Guyana. Guyana, they are currently batting at 56 for 1. And we have Leeward versus TNT. TNT 30 for 4. Another disappointing batting performance by the TNT team. So far in the tournament hasn't really produced the goods with the bat.
It's quite interesting, the TNT team, because they have in their top order some players who this would be their 3rd or 4th edition of this competition. Jagasa, Ramdu, and so on. And so you'd expect that they would be, giving themselves a better showing.
It just hasn't really been able, even in the last couple of tournaments, they're really flattered to deceive the TNT team. Hasn't really competed at the levels that we know that they can, being an original stronghold of West Indies cricket at all levels. So those scores not really anything to write home about. We were hoping earlier that we'll see some better scores in this 50 over leg of this tournament. Hopefully those 2 teams might be able to stage somewhat of a recovery. But here at the Parkway playing field, the Windward Islands in a different way, trying to recover in terms of their scoring, their fluency, their positivity that they showed earlier on in this innings.
This one is a full one outside the off stump, called wide by umpire. Quite rightly so. It was full of flatter. Maybe attempting to bowl the Yorker on that occasion, but missed his line. I'll get back to your commentary on the batting in a while, Osnet. Have a quick question for you. Do you think that this approach, because it seems like if Edwards' approach is, I don't want to get out, no matter what, I don't want to get out, which is good, but he's not really scoring at the rate that you would expect from the set batsman. Do you think, well, number one, the first question which I'll ask after this delivery is, do you think that that is putting too much pressure on his batting partners? So at the end of the over, not a quick one going through. It's 116 for 3 after 27.
Well, just going back to what you asked, 116 for 3. Windward Islands, we mentioned they got a very good start, and Theo Edward, he was critical to that start, but so far in the last few overs he has been very sedate. I think he has to really bend his mind really to bat as much of these overs as possible. I think that would be the approach from the Windward Island team, regardless of how much he's scoring at. And we mentioned that he still has to be able to score relatively freely if they are to really put up a competitive total. And what we just want to see from a development perspective is him walking the ball into the gaps a bit better than he has done so far. All right?
Yes. And that's how I look at this tournament. I'm always thinking about the future of West Indies cricket, not necessarily about who wins or who loses, but to see the players develop to represent, if not the West Indies international team, at least their respective first-class teams as well, and to have the quality of the cricket overall in the region improve. I have another question for you, which I'll get to at the end of the over. And to have you thinking about it already, I'll let you know that the question will be based on what we have seen from Edward as well. He seems to have that approach against all 3 spinners. But can you do that for 30 overs in a 50-over game? And is that beneficial for your team? So you will answer at the end of the over. So this one is driving firmly back to the bowler. Good stop there from the bowler, Clark.
That is perhaps the second shot we've seen in anger from him during this phase in terms of the spinners. The previous one was the one that was deflected by his partner. Once again, winding up for that big shot over the top, but not really timing it as well as he would have liked. And at the end of the 28th over, Windward Islands on a 90, 116 for 3.
Yes, 116 for 3 after 28, as you mentioned. And we had that discussion about whether it will put too much pressure on his partners, and also if he can sustain that for 30 overs. Not whether he can sustain that, but whether sustaining this 1 run per over or 1.5 runs an over is good for the team for an entirety of 30 overs. Or do they feel that they could make 200 off the other 20 from the Pacers?
Well, given the makeup of the Barbados team as well, we mentioned that it's spin heavy today. We still haven't seen the likes of Warren as well. Sealy bowled 5 overs earlier.
Say maybe 40 overs of spin.
Exactly.
Well, actually, no, they have to bowl 20 of pace based on the rules. Or I would tell you, if not for the rules, it definitely would have been 40 overs of spin.
Yes, and I think it's a mindset sort of thing here. Both of these players just killing these deliveries, not really looking to score as we mentioned before. And the bowling has been steady really so far, hasn't really posed a lot of threat. We haven't seen ball turning square on a regular basis. It's just a matter of being proactive with your footwork and walking the ball into the gaps using the face of the bat.
And to be honest, it's been very good batting conditions here at Park Hill, especially in this innings. Nice flat wicket. As Mutara continues, as one has some bounce, some turn on it. That was a wicked delivery on that occasion.
But just as I was saying, there hasn't really seen that type of delivery. There goes one. And still about 21 overs remaining in this encounter, Alanson. So you mentioned that scoring rate of what we've seen so far in a few last overs, 1 or 2 runs per over. And rate now down to 4.08. At one point in time, it was up at 8.
Yeah, it was approaching 9 at one point, yes. At the end of 10, it was 89, so 8.9. It's
another beautiful delivery there from Matara. 10 to finding his line at this point in time. And it's something we spoke about in terms of Matara. Whenever he's allowed to get into his bowling efforts, his bowling spell, he tends to be a better bowler as opposed to whenever he's placed under pressure all around in his innings. And we saw evidence of that in the two-day format.
Yeah, we saw that he was placed under pressure in the Guyana fixture when he came up against Lovell, who struck him for 3 sixes in 1 over.
But so far, he's just been allowed to bowl already. 4 overs, none for 8. So just has economy rate of 2 runs per over, which is in line with what we have seen from all of the spinners. So at the end of the 29th over, Windward Islands on the 19, having won the toss this morning, electing to bat first. They are 118 for the loss of 3 as we get a short drinks break here, and we'll rejoin you for commentary in about 2 minutes' time.
Yes, welcome back to Park Hill. Here we have the Windward Islands taking on the Barbados team. 118 for 3, the Windward Islands, after winning the toss and electing to bat. 29 overs have been bowled. Clark to continue. Preston Clark, off spinner. Bowling to Theo Edward. So some instructions would have come to them from the backroom staff during that break. Again, played back down the pitch calmly. So Clark continues to be very miserly here. This one beats him all ends up. Fontaine on strike. Really was beaten all ends up by that delivery. As we say, good morning again to Osnet Kato.
Yes, good morning to you, Alanson. Good morning to all our viewers.
Maybe there was a possibility for a single there. But I think such is the mindset of the batsmen at this point. And I will get back to that mindset in a while. Just some data that I'll bring for you, some stats. This one outside the off stump. That one that goes on with the arm, as you mentioned. That one that gets some drift. Ball there from Clark. This is his last delivery. He's going to bowl 10 overs for 10. Oh, and that's that one kept low. Appeal in the end was stifled. And at the end of his spell, Preston Clark has bowled 10 overs, 2 for 10.
Yes, a brilliant spell by Preston Clark. It must be said he was allowed to bowl really, but in the end he did what his captain wanted him to do, bowling 52 dot balls, so 10 overs, 2 for 10. Brilliant from the young man, coming in for his first game as well. He must have had some nerves, but he was able to settle down very early. And I think the Windward batsmen have allowed him to really get into his spell, and so far we've seen him bowling consistent lines and lengths, and in the end he was able to get 2 crucial wickets as well. So 10 overs, 2 for 10, Preston Clark. Well done to the young man.
Yes, very good bowling from him. And that really will give him some confidence. You mentioned it was his first game, so he'll have some confidence going into the other games. We mentioned Edward, he was on 41 at the end of the power play. He's now on 55 of 120 deliveries. Big shot up there by him, but the ball, I don't know, it's probably percentages, but he has tapped back fuller deliveries on that one. Yeah, so it's almost a premeditated approach rather than looking at the delivery that's in front of him.
It's a shot out of frustration, I believe, from Edward. So far, he has really not played a lot of shots in anger. And on that occasion, I don't think it was the best option, especially against Mutara, getting those deliveries to turn across him. I think a better option would have been to take on the off spinner.
Absolutely. He's bold. So he's put out of his misery, Edward. Really, since the power play, he has looked totally out of sorts. He has faced in excess of 70 deliveries since then and has scored 14 runs. So really has been a torturous second half of his innings after getting off to a brisk start. And he has now been dismissed by Mutara. 118 for 4, the Windward Islands after 30.3 overs.
Yes, it was an innings that was really going nowhere anytime quickly. Faced a lot of dot deliveries and built up a lot of pressure on him. We saw earlier on in the over looking to go over long on really across the spin of that delivery. And on this occasion, looking to be a bit more cheeky and trying to walk that one down to fine leg, bowl around his legs. So not the best of shots there from Theo Edward. As we see Lee John being a new batter coming into the wicket, he'll be looking to bring some positive intent, some momentum back into the Windward innings, something that never lacked for the last 20 overs or so.
Absolutely. He joins Fontaine, who is himself is at 2 of 14 deliveries, so a strike rate of less than, a strike rate of around 14 also. Very low strike rate from him. Mutara now amongst the wickets. Beautiful delivery there to John. Loud appeal, but not out, says umpire Brian from Jamaica. 2 umpires here, Brian from Jamaica and Mokan from Guyana.
Yes, and Mutara really getting into it at this point in time. His tail will be up from that last wicket. Figures of 1 for 8 so far, getting the ball to turn and most interestingly, getting a bit of bounce as well. He's a tall leg spinner.
Yeah, what we saw from Edward was an excellent beginning. I think we have to go back to the start of his innings. He was really, really good against the pace, but then he was the opposite against the spin. So just something for him to work on as he continues to play cricket, to expand his options against the spin bowling, and not necessarily options in terms of big hits, but just walking the ball around in the gap and choosing the right lengths of deliveries to do so. We saw him go for in that over a massive shot down the ground off a length, a ball that was quite almost back of a length, and then full of deliveries, he tap back down to the bowler. So it's almost like, this one I'm going to go after, this one I'm going to block, without really looking at the length of the delivery.
Yes, just not having a clear mindset as to how they want to play these middle overs, the Windward Island team. They don't have a lot of time. We mentioned these spinners getting through their overs very quickly. I was surprised that Preston Clark got you 10 overs. that was very quick in terms of getting through those overs. So they have to be clear as to what they want to do, and the execution also has to be perfect. Mentioned getting the ball into the gaps, just wrestling back a bit of the momentum from the Barbadian team. What we've seen so far both in the 2-day format and into this format, as long as the Barbadian team gets a hold of the opposition, they tend to stifle the opposition, and that is what we have seen so far in the last 20 or so overs.
Yes, so excellent change again from the Barbados team. They've gone out to Zion Brathwaite. They have to bowl 10 more overs of pace or of seam. And now with Theo Edward, who has been very destructive against the pace bowlers, gone immediately. Brathwaite is back into the bowling with two relatively new batsmen at the crease. So good thinking.
Yes, a very good option there by Nathan Seeley. Mentioned the spell by Preston Clark being completed the previous over. And maybe Brathwaite will bowl a better line from this end, I think, with the deliveries going away from the right-handers. The breeze also will help him. The wind, will help him. Most of the seamers have actually struggled from the northern end. So I think most of what Seeley will do here is perhaps bowl his spinners from that northern end and rotate his seamers from this end.
Fontaine on strike. There's 2 of 16 deliveries at the moment. The field, there's a deep backward square leg. There's a mid wicket, a mid on, a mid off. This one is outside the off stump again. There's a man at extra cover. There's a man at point. There's a third man. And so 5 fielders in the ring.
Yes, I was about to say that projected score seemed to be coming down all the time. It's now at 188. A couple of overs ago, it was at 204. So the run rate just taking a dip, taking a dive, really.
Yeah, if you consider where it was at 10 overs, it's not really a dive. You'll call that basically free fall. There's also a man at sweeper cover for those who were wondering about the man missing from the field that I set out. It was a full delivery on that occasion, but not high enough to be deemed on the ball. Turning it to square leg was Fontaine for a single, and the deep backward square leg doing the fielding. Looks like Jordan from our vantage point.
Well, it's the second one we have seen from Brathwaite. I think in his first over, he actually bowled one of those as well. It was signal no ball on that occasion, but here umpires deemed that delivery to be below the wayside. Well played in the end from Fontaine, got some bat on it. Out to the man that deep square leg.
Quick single in the mind there of John, but I don't think that they would have gotten to complete that one safely. At the end of 32 overs, it's 119 for 4. John at the crease and Arsenio Fontaine for the Windward Islands. And the spin of Zishan Mutar will continue for Barbados.
Yes, a very quiet over again from the Barbadian team. I mentioned the reintroduction of the seamer in the form of Zion Brathwaite. Might be an opportunity for the Windward Island batters to score a bit more freely, but that hasn't been the case so far.
Yeah, well, it's 2 new batsmen, as I mentioned when he came into the bowling, that it was a good time for them to introduce him. Very full delivery. You'll be disappointed with that one, Fontaine. Really should have driven that in the gap for at least 1. Straight to the man at extra cover it went instead. This one is almost playing a stand-up sweep just in front of square on the offside. Gets 4 runs. There's nobody back at deep square leg. Such has been the control and the containment of the Barbados team. This is something that you won't usually see in the 33rd over. No deep square leg to your spinner.
It was a brave shot there from Fontaine. It was not a sweep shot in the prescribed manner. Just basically went across the line, cut enough connection on it, and timed it well enough to beat the man there at deep mid-wicket for a boundary, a much-needed boundary. And I think it's the first boundary in about 20-25 overs or so.
It's a quick single being taken here, but John is very quick. He is rapid and he gets there safely in the end. But good urgency shown here again from the Windward Islands after we have seen it missing for some time from them.
That's the type of urgency that we've been calling for. It's the urgency that will get them in a comfortable position in terms of a total on the board. 124 for 4, still in over number 33, so a further 17 overs remaining after this. They will definitely need to maximize the scoring opportunities in those 17 overs. Saw a bit of Lee John in the 2-day format. Relatively attacking player by nature.
Yeah, we would agree with that he seems to be quite attacking. It's a good length from Motara. That one is the length that you want to be on. It's not full enough to drive, not short enough to wrap back on the back foot. So that's an excellent length, which brings to an end the 33rd over. The total for the Windward Islands at this moment is 124 for 4. They are going at a run rate of 3.76. Arsenio Fontaine on 8 of 23. Legion yet to score. He has faced 6 deliveries.
That's another good over there from Mutara. He has been impressive this morning. Got the ball to turn, got the ball to bounce. Found those good areas. And we know that and players so far hasn't found an answer to him by way of scoring. 6 overs, 1 for 13. So very economical, very miserly in his spell.
This one is a wide delivery, and they will get 2 runs for it as keeper Morris was unable to collect it cleanly. So wide signal by umpire Mokan. 2 runs added to the total. Brings Lee John back into strike. So 2 extras. 2 wides.
And that's a tendency we've seen from Brathwaite. Even in the 2-day format. That's bowling a bit too wide outside the off stump at times. And in the limited overs version, the umpires would be a bit more strict on those deliveries outside the off stump. So he has to be mindful of that.
Also, he has to take into consideration the wind that is blowing from left to right or from the onside to the offside of your screen. And some right to left, from the leg side to the offside of your screen. You can see the scoreboard in the background there, 126 for 4 off 33.2 overs. Brathwaite continues. This one is hammered square, but should be fielded quite easily by the man there on the point boundary. Prescott does the fielding. So John, that shot takes him off the mark. He's now 1 of 9 deliveries and has started his account.
That's a good looking shot there from Lee John, given a bit of room outside the off stump. And slash that one out to the man there at deep extra cover. Perhaps deserve more, but a well set field here by Captain Nathan Seeley, who once again has excelled today as a captain.
This one is outside the off stump, no run scored, as it was a bit wide and no shot offered there by Fontaine, who is on 8 now of 24 deliveries. Tends to bat at this pace based on what I can remember from him in the under 15 as well. Just really kind of meanders along. As he plays more cricket, I think that he'll expand his scoring options, just coming up from the under 15 level. This one is driven nicely, but straight to the man at mid-off. King, no run taken.
And I think he has actually played a couple of those innings in the 2-day format as well, where he spent quite a bit of time at the crease, but his returns in terms of runs, production, wasn't really anything to write home about. So as you mentioned, still a relatively young man, and he will learn more about his game as he further develops.
So the fine leg being brought up from the boundary. So when he was looking to punch it on the offside Fontaine, but I think a bottom edge out just on the crease on his offside. This one is driven for 4. When he finds the gap, hit it on the up, bisecting the man at mid-off and the man at extra cover. Very good shot there from Fontaine.
But that's more in line with what we have been speaking about in terms of just being a bit more positive in terms of your approach, your mindset. A delivery fully length outside the off stump, and there was Fontaine coming on to the front foot and played a glorious cover drive past the man there at mid-off for a well-deserved boundary.
Yeah, so at the end of the over, score I think moves up to 131. 131 for 4. 12 to Fontaine with that boundary. Motaro will continue. About to bowl his 6th over, I think. 7th over. Full toss, and it has been hit in the gap. One bounce by Legion. Really deserved to be hit away, and was done expertly there by John, finding the gap quite easily. I think in the end, Motaro will be relieved that it didn't go all the way for 6.
Well, it's the first bad delivery we've seen from Motaro in this particular spell. A full toss, and we mentioned Legion has the capacity really to punish any bad deliveries, and he did so efficiently on that occasion.
This one hits the pad, but well outside the off stump, so no appeal there. Just a little bit of oohs and ahs from the Barbados team.
So a couple of boundaries in the last couple of overs, something that the Windward Island team would be happy with. Just trying to get back a bit of momentum, as we mentioned, into their batting innings.
Yes, with 15 overs, just over 15 overs remaining, they really have to start thinking a bit more positively, at least in the running, for sure. This one, John was looking for that big slug sweep over the onside, coming off the bottom edge, not going anywhere really, but probably just a bit too over-ambitious for the time being. Already has a boundary of the over. Can continue to knock it around just for that bit longer. Still 15 overs left.
Agreed. Still has to be smart with his operation, Legion. You mentioned Motaro being a premier spinner in this outfit. Still has to be mindful of how he goes about operating against him. Earlier on in the over, he got a boundary over deep mid-wicket. So really and truly, that previous shot really was not something that his captain or even his coach would recommend.
So no run now off the remainder of that over after the boundary to start it. So at the end of the over, it's 135 for 4, the Windward Islands. 35 overs have been bowled. We saw the half century from Edward. Pascal was really going like a man on a mission, 41 from those 33 deliveries, but really should have carried on. As we have mentioned from him, that he usually gets these pretty little scores, but really needs to be getting some bigger scores and leading the way as a skipper at this level, and as a former West Indies under 19 skipper as well, as Sora Royal comes into the bowling. Saw 55 as well from Theo Edward, innings of 2 halves. He was close to about a run ball 40 and then ended up with 55 off 122 deliveries. So really was struggling against the spin bowling, as Warrell, who had a very fine tournament last year, comes into the attack now to bowl to Fontaine.
Yes, Sir of Warrell, very impressive young man. Not the tallest of off spinners. What he does give the ball generous flight, as we can see on that occasion. Gets a bit of tone as well. Bowled very well in the finals versus Jamaica.
Yeah. And he occasionally he does bowl a leg break too. So you have to watch him carefully. This one beating Fontaine. Really should have been 2 there. But I think Fontaine initially was a bit concerned about where the ball was, having been beaten. Didn't really trust his batting partner's call in the initial stages, and if he had done so, he would have had 2 extras to the team. Or actually, it was a run inside edge. This one has been hit firmly, but straight to the man at long on, who does the fielding there, Dawn. So you could see the intent from Lee John.
I think it would be a better option to show that intent versus the off spinner. Warrell into his first over, just looking to put a bit of pressure on him. We mentioned so far the Windward Island batters have allowed all the bowlers to really get into their spells, and that has led to the lack of briskness in their scoring rate.
Yeah, that's one signal wide by umpire Mokan. Generous flight on it, but too wide of off stump.
Warrell here will be looking to replicate the performance of Preston Clark. Bowled beautifully from this end. 10 overs, 2 for 10.
This one should be an easy single, yes, turn to man at square leg. He's a bit more of an attacking off spinner than Clark. Clark, immaculate line and length. Didn't really give you too much flight. Flatter, faster. Warrior, he will flight the ball. And maybe may not be as frugal, but definitely has the potential to be a bit more penetrative.
I think the challenge that he will face, though, is that the batters here would be a bit more positive against him. During the spell there from Preston Clark, batsmen were prepared not to really take any sort of risk, and he was allowed to bowl those 10 overs really without any sort of damage being done to his figures. And on the other hand, with 14 or so overs to go after this one, I think a bit more intent will be shown by the Windward Island batters, or at least I'm hoping that will be the case.
Well, it should be, especially from Lee John. We know that he'll definitely show that intent. He's an aggressive batsman by nature. I think Warrior, if he's looking for wickets, now is the time that he'll be excited to bowl. Because the batsman definitely will be going hard at him, as we saw there from Lee John. So it gives him an opportunity to get wickets. He may go for some runs, but definitely gives him an opportunity to get amongst the wickets. At 139 for 4 is the score for the Windward Islands after 36 overs here at the Park Hill playing field.
Yeah, not a bad over there from the Windward Island perspective, given what have gone before. 4 runs coming from that over. I think they'll just need to be scoring around 4 or 5 runs over for the next 7 or 8 overs or so, Alanson. And then in the last 5 or so, if they have wickets in hand, then they can afford to really try and propel the scoring rate upwards further.
Yeah, that's the ideal for them. Barbados would want to get a few more wickets, so that doesn't materialize. This one very full, but driven straight to the man at extra cover. Fontaine will be very disappointed with that. That one was there for the drive. Really should have gotten a single, either to his right or his left.
In terms of the batting to come from the Windward Islands, we have the likes of Court Murray, who we know is more in the mold of a grafter, doesn't have the power, and he will definitely occupy the crease if he's given the opportunity. And maybe a Courtney Franklin might be more in line with what the Windward Islands would want.
This one is looking to drive, comes off the outside edge. Should be time for 2. No. 1 run there taken by Fontaine. He was looking to drive that one. Had some turn coming off the outside edge, and he was able to get a single over the man there in the third man area.
Yeah, on a couple of occasions now, the running between the wickets between these two hasn't been great. That delivery getting close to the third man boundary really had all opportunities there to get a second. But Fontaine not really pushing himself to the extent that he should have on that occasion.
Yeah, I think he needs to just wake back up a little bit now. He has been out there that sedate mold for some time. Now needs to show that urgency required at this stage of the innings. This one is very well played there by Lee John. It will challenge the boundary. Does not get there, but there's time enough for 2 as Dawn does the fielding. But He played that one late to open the face and glided it just wide of the man at slip. All along the ground, safe shot.
It's a very good shot there from Lee John, just allowing that one to come to him, opening the face of the bat, getting it past the man there at slip, and 2 more runs added to the total. So he's definitely shown a bit of intent, Lee John, since he has come to the wicket. And the Windward Islands will be hoping that he can actually sustain that intent for a sustainable period of time.
This one is Fuller, driven to the man there at extra cover, who seems to have, well, he is quite often in the play to the bowling of Mutara. Several deliveries have been struck straight to him. This one had a bit more flight, but good length. And that's the end of the over from Mutara. At the end of 8 overs, he has 20-1. And the score is 142 after 37 overs, Windward Islands on the 19.
There's another steady over there from Mutara. Lee John on that last delivery, shaping up to go over mid-wicket once again. But the length was not there for him. In the end, manages to get it out to the man there at cover. So all's well that ends well for him. 142 for 4, the Windward Islands. Current run rate 3.84. A projected total of 192. Just short of what you mentioned earlier, being a reasonable total of 200 or more.
Yeah, I said 200 would be reasonable just because of the start. I think whether it would be enough is another question, because the conditions here do look quite good for batting. As Saurabh Royal continues. This one is short, it's pulled. Maybe time for 2, yes, should be comfortable. As John does the fielding at deep mid-wicket. So 2 more to the total, 2 more to Fontaine. This one is hit straight to the man at square leg. We saw a single of a similar delivery, attempted single, ended in a run out. The run out of Sylvester earlier, so really no need to have a repeat of that for the Windward Islands, but Barbados wouldn't mind them how they come in terms of wickets. Reinforcement there to the field behind square on the onside. A man at the 45, catching 45 on the sweep, as we would say, to join the man at deep at short backward square leg. This one is pulled but straight to the man at mid-wicket, so there's no run. Missing out there with the lack of placement. Really was an opportunity to score some more runs for Fontaine.
Well, the first 2 deliveries the last couple of deliveries, in this over, presented an opportunity there in terms of being a bit short, but Fontaine just not able to time it well enough to get himself a boundary on the leg side.
This one is beating him. I think he was looking for turn. And there's an appeal there to see if he was bowled down. He's bowled. He's deemed to have been bowled. It would have been interesting to get the replay, but that facility is unavailable at the moment. But some doubt there from our vantage point, but we are not in the best position per se to see, but not sure what happened there. But the bails were on the ground, that off bail, so it will be interesting to see if that ball just clipped it on its way through or if it was the keeper who made some contact with it. But the replay not being available at this moment. New batsman Kurt Murray, joins Lee John at the crease. Murray quite experienced, but really more of an accumulator or blocker. If he plays smartly, there are enough gaps in the field at this stage of the innings that he can at least keep the scoreboard ticking along with singles and give Lee John the majority of the strike, who has that ability to go big.
Yes, Warren there getting the breakthrough. Mentioned the fact that he gives the ball generous flight on that occasion, getting a bit of turn as well, back into the right-hander. But as we mentioned, it's a bit inconclusive here from our ends. We were not afforded the benefit of the replay. But in the end, umpire Mukan and umpire Colin Bryan out of Jamaica judged the batter to be dismissed. So another wicket goes, and Windward Islands sink further in trouble here at the Parkway playing field. They're 144 for the loss of 5. 38 overs completed. Murray, he just came to the wicket. Lee John, he's been there 8 from 22 deliveries.
Yes, 144 for 5, the score after 38. You mentioned that, there will be just 12 overs left now, so we'll have some of the pace bowlers returning shortly. And now we're going to have, looks like Warrell. Seemed as if King was going to bowl, but they have made a change.
I think there's actually one delivery remaining in that over. It's a premature call to the end of that over.
Yeah, that was clarified there after some time. So Warrell has to finish his over, one delivery left. We're bowling to Kurt Murray, who has already faced one delivery. So wicket there for Warrell, as we mentioned. It will give him opportunities to take wickets bowling at this stage of the innings. And that's all Murray needs to do. And that is something that Edward, I think, really missed out on several times in his batting innings. Just punching the ball hard enough to beat the man at short extra cover and the bowler. I think he missed out on maybe 20 singles down the ground from that.
As that over comes to an end, 145 for 5. We mentioned the experience of Murray. He has done it at this level for a number of years for the Windward Islands. Also made his senior debut last year as well. So he's a player with a lot of experience. We'll see him with his slow left arm spinners later on. But in terms of his batting has always been one where he's resolute in his approach. Doesn't get fazed by what is going on around him. And I'm sure in this situation he will know exactly what is required here. Just working the ball into the gaps, getting some singles, getting his innings going, and try and form somewhat of a partnership here with Lee John.
Yeah, we saw there in the dismissal of Fontaine that the ball indeed did clip the bail on his way through. So he was out. And the correct decision being made there by umpire Brian from Jamaica, sorry. And Murray will be on strike to King. Swan is outside the off stump, looking to cut, beats him as he attempts that shot. That one didn't really carry through that quickly to the keeper there, Morris, thinking that he's probably a bit too deep on a pitch like this. Not as quick as maybe Arnersville, although it is reasonable in terms of the pace. So he should probably take a step or two in. He doesn't want an edge to come and it fall short of him.
Yes, Kyron King coming in now from the northern end. His first spell was from the southern end. Once again, just basically illustrating what you were speaking about. Ball dying before reaching wicketkeeper Morris.
Yeah, and you wouldn't want opportunities to get wickets to go begging because of that. They have an opportunity now to claw their way, although they have already done so through the bowling of the spinners, really to put even more pressure now on the Windward Islands if they can take a few wickets there and limit them to a very low score. This one is wide. doesn't collect cleanly, does the keeper. And again, I think he's just a bit too deep. And maybe he needs to take the cue from what he has seen so far in the over and take a step or two in.
Agreed, totally. Into over number 39. Yeah. So a lot of the shine on the ball would have been erased. Kyron King. Nobody gets it through at a reasonable pace. But so far in this over, those deliveries just dying before reaching wicketkeeper Morris.
Quick single taken here by the batsman. Well run by Lee John. Hit it straight to the man at extra cover, but it wasn't firmly struck. Gave him enough time to take that single comfortably in the end.
Yes, good positive run in there by these two. It's something that we've been calling out for throughout this second half of the innings by the Windward Island. Just putting some pressure on the fielders in the circle. Waiting the shot to the extent that they can actually take a single comfortably.
On that occasion, Murray was looking to go a bit squarer. Got the inner half of the bat, went back to the bowler. So no run is taken off that delivery.
From a management perspective, in analysing this inning so far by the Windward Island team, they'll definitely give a tick or even more than one tick for the first 10 overs or so. But between overs number 10 and 40, a lot of question marks will be there.
Yeah, this one is well played by Murray for a single. Yeah, I think you wouldn't give it a tick. I mean, you definitely give it maybe 100 out of 100 for the first 10 overs. But thereafter, and not just because of the scoring rate, but the fact that they scored in different ways. They scored by the singles and accumulating those, but already as well putting away the bad deliveries, and even on some occasions putting some fairly good deliveries away to the boundary. So they were excellent. But since then, really the spinners have put a... Oh, wow, that was an excellent Yorker ball there from King. John was almost floored by that one, almost had to leave his bat on the ground. But such was the excellence of that delivery from King. I think John would be pleased to have gotten it out and remain at the wicket with the score 150 for 5 at the end of 39.
Yes, a very good delivery there, but equally well played there by John. A good Yorker length delivery there from Kyron King. Something that we saw also in the two-day tournament in terms of his bowling. Very good at that Yorker. And 39 overs completed. So we mentioned after 10 overs, score being 89. So it tells me there's been a further 61 runs scored from the next 29 overs also. A scoring rate of just around 2 runs per over, 2.4, 2.5 runs per over.
And bear in mind that a lot of those runs have actually come in the last 3 or 4 overs, or 5 overs also.
Yes, a couple of boundaries being hit recently. I'm sure they'll be looking for more of those, as well as being more positive with the running between the wickets, as we see.
That's the dismissal of John. Ball was there for the shot, but he never really got under the delivery. Hit it hard and flat and straight to the man at long on, who took a comfortable catch. And that's the end of John. That's a big wicket for the Barbados team. And they would be happy to see the back of him. A 150 for 6. Now the score, and as I mentioned, Worrell in the wickets. And bowling now is the perfect time for him to get wickets.
Yes, a very well judged catch there by Joshua Dunn. He put down one earlier, remember, versus Pascal. But on that occasion, Lee John looking to hit that one somewhere in the region of that brown house at the top of the hill, but just not getting the type of connection. Hit it a bit too flat as well. I think if he was going to hit it that flat, then he perhaps would have had to go a bit squarer in between that long on and deep mid wicket, but just wasn't able to find the placement or the power on that occasion, and presenting a relatively easy catch in the end to Joshua Dunn, who took it gleefully. And another wicket goes for the Windward Islands. It's now 150 for the loss of 6.
It's 150 for the loss of 6. Kurt Murray being joined at the crease by, it seems, his brother. Just have some confirmation on that. shortly once we see the numbers. Kurt has 5 and Kirsten has 6, so it's confirmed that it's Kirsten Murray who has joined his twin brother, Kurt Murray, at the crease. He's a left-hander, so he'll be on strike now, slip in place as Warrell continues now around the wicket to the new batsman. Played calmly back down the pitch. So Warrell bowling an incisive spell here so far for the Barbados team.
Well, we spoke about that. We called it before he started his spell. We mentioned the fact that he's able to give the ball a generous amount of air and also get the ball to turn on occasion. It would definitely pose a problem here for the Windward Island middle order, given the fact that the onus is on them to really get going in terms of being a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, slight misfield on that occasion from the fielder there, Motara. That square leg allows the single. 151 for 6 now in the 40th over. Well played there by Murray, just using the crease, waiting on that delivery, turn it into the gap. And this is all that you need to do. That is what we have been calling for. That's what we really were asking for during that period between 10 and 30 overs also. No big shots, just knock the ball around and get some more singles.
Yes, the experience of Murray here, Court Murray, that is coming to the forefront. So far he has been able to just walk the ball into the gaps and get the scoreboard ticking. I'm sure along with his brother, both of them will be looking to just get some sort of partnership going. Still have 10 overs remaining after this. So it's still enough time for them to alter the course of the game. They will definitely want to get somewhere beyond 200. But for them to do so, you get the feeling that Court Murray will have to play a critical role.
This one, he's playing a very smart shot. That one was hit in the gap over the man at mid-wicket. And there's always a gap just behind the fielder in the circle. So if you're able to loft it over them, then there's always runs there for you. At the end of the over, it's 154 for 6, the Windward Islands, after 40 overs here at the Park Hill playing field.
Yes, 10 overs remaining in the innings. 154 for 6, the Windward Islands. They will definitely want to get somewhere beyond 200, as we mentioned before. Kirsten Murray just came to the wicket. 2 from 3 deliveries. His brother was there for a little while, 4 from 8. Both of them looking to really make a mark on this latter part of this innings.
Yes.
Remember, there are 2 other games being competed in this round. The Jamaica versus Guyana at the Arnesville playing field, and Leeward Islands versus Sandhill. Last score, come back to that after this delivery. This one again is outside the off stump. That cut shot really evading Murray on a couple of occasions. Yes, the last score in that encounter, Guyana 78 for 4, batting first. And at Sandhill, Leeward Islands versus TNT 61 for 6. So both teams losing a lot of wickets earlier on in that encounter. Back here at the Parkway playing field, Windward Islands got off to a rollicking start really. 89 in their first 10 overs. But since then it has really been a struggle for them. This one is hit uppishly straight to the man there at mid-on. A soft dismissal in the end from Murray. We mentioned that he doesn't really have the power, but what he normally does is walk the ball into the gaps. But on that occasion, not the best of shots there from Court Murray.
Yeah, given you must know your limitations as a player, and I think it's we saw him get out driving straight to mid-off as well in one of the 2-day games. You must know your limitations as a player. It's not his strength to really strike the ball firmly or in the air in particular. So to go down the ground and over mid-on and mid-off, you need to have a bit of power, especially against the pacers. And on that occasion, really not getting that desired power for a proper execution of that shot. And with that wicket, now the win was at 154 for 7, and they're now in danger of probably being bowled out without facing their 50 overs.
Yes, at this time also, there's a short drinks break. So what we'll do, we'll take a slight break and we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes' time. CWI Rising Stars on the 19 tournament, the 50 over edition. We recently concluded the two-day format of the competition with the Barbadian under 19 team was victorious, And here the Park Hill playing field in this round, we have Barbados under 19 playing the Windward Islands under 19. And a wicket just before the drinks break. And the new batter, Jelani Joseph, coming in to join Coston Murray. Windward Islands losing the wicket. They have caught Murray in a very unfamiliar fashion, really, for him. Looking to go over the top, something that we don't really associate with Court Murray. He's more of an accumulator. And a timely breakthrough there for Kyron King, who gets his first wicket. A bit expensive today, 6.3 overs, 1 for 44. The Windward Island openers really took a liking to him all year on. They're looking to recover, bounce back, and give his captain the type of finish to the innings that they're looking forward to. This one again on the line of the leg stump. I feel that he missed out there, Coston Murray. 155 for 7. Still on the march there for that 200 total. For the 9 overs remaining in this innings after this over is completed. It's a slow delivery there from Kyron King, not really getting up. And that's something that we've seen so far, bowling from that northern end. Lack of pace. Wicketkeeper Joshua Morris really in the wars.
Yes, very important wicket, that one of Court Murray, as you mentioned before. And, you know, his brother now coasting there with Jelani Joseph. Barbados will be very happy, I think, with the position now, especially after the first 10 overs. You mentioned King and Prescott got a batter in earlier. And also Kyle John really was expensive in his solitary over as well.
Yes, just one run coming from that over. A successful one from Kyron King. And at the end of it, Windward Islands, they are 41. They actually 155 for the loss of 7. 41 overs completed.
Yes, after 41 overs, as I mentioned a while ago, the Barbados team will be definitely happy of the two, as we look back at the first 10 overs, 89 without loss. Since then, only an additional 66 runs have been added of the next 31 overs. So really a stark contrast there, just from about almost 9 runs on over to just over 2 runs on over for the next 31 overs. And really, Barbados, they have turned this game upside down, really.
Worrell continue to take up proceedings there from the southern end. It's been impressive so far. Saurav Worrell. Jelani Joseph here. Looking to form a partnership with Coston Murray. This one is sweeping nicely out to the man there at deep mid-wicket. Mutara comes in, limits the batters to a single.
Yeah, just looking back at that sweep from Jelani Joseph, I think that is a shot that's probably some of his top order compatriots and colleagues could have employed, and he executed it well. He swept from high to low and rolled his wrist over it all around the ground. So shows that it's a shot that he's quite comfortable with. It's a very useful shot against the spinners, especially in the white ball format.
This one will be signaled wide by umpire Mukan. So losing his bearings on a case on Saurav Worrell. And just going back to that sweep shot, Alanson, it's something that we don't see a lot of these days in terms of batters willing to sweep. Similarly, we don't see a lot of players using their feet. So those are really two options that, if you look at some of the better players in limited overs cricket, or even in cricket in general, those are two shots that they normally have in their armory.
You have to have those two shots against the spin bowlers to put them under pressure. You have to be able to use your feet to come down the wicket, also to use the depth of your crease, and also to move from left to right in your crease as well. And of course, to be able to sweep.
And just contrary to that point, if you look at the likes of Virat Kohli, I don't think he's the best sweeper going around. What he does do is use the crease, and as you mentioned, use the depth of the crease and being able to manipulate the field in ways that he wants to manipulate the field.
That is true. But the fact that he doesn't sweep, it also means that he doesn't score as quickly against the spin as some of his other teammates who do sweep. So while he's effective and usually gets a lot of runs against spin bowling, he may not necessarily be as destructive as some of his other players because there are less options to score.
This one is well played there by Coston Murray. It's walking that one nicely down to long on for another single. So a bit of fluency in the batting here of these two.
It's not bad so far from Murray. He has played that shot a couple of times against Saurav Worrell as he overcomes to an end, 160 for 7. And it's just something that they would need to continue doing. Maybe now with 7 wickets down, they need to continue this probably for the next 6 overs or 5 overs, and then see what they can do from the last 2 or 3 if they have not lost any more wickets until then.
We mentioned wickets in hand is going to be very important for the Windward Island as a charge towards a total here in this first encounter in this 50-over tournament. So far they've lost 7 wickets. Not a lot of batting to come. Mentioned the likes of Courtney Franklin, who can be a bit unpredictable but can be very effective as well. They'll be hoping that the latter is the case today. as we see Seeley coming back into the attack. And Coston is pulling this one out to the man there long on and coming back for a second. Good positive running, good positive cricket here from the Windward Islands.
Yeah, that was very good from Coston Murray. Punching that one just wide of the man there at the mid-wicket position. Looks like Joshua Dawn. And wide of the man at long on for an easy 2 in the end. Seeley back into the bowling. We'll be looking now to pick up a couple of wickets to end the innings for the Windward Islands. Quick single again. Good call from the man at the non-strikers and Joseph, although there was some hesitation from Murray.
Yeah, a bit of hesitancy at first from Murray. It was always going to be the call from Joseph. And in the end, he ran right through and made it quite comfortably. So, a positive start to the over. 3 runs from 2 deliveries. More in line with what the Windward Islands will be looking for in this back end of the innings. They'll ideally want to bat as much of these overs, if not all of these overs. But they will also equally want to score as much as possible.
Yes. And we are just telling you we are in the village of Park Hill in the eastern side of St. Vincent and the Grenadines here for this game. An area that has produced lots of cricketers. South Rivers just a mile or 2 away has produced several West Indies fast bowlers, Coffey, Butler, and several others for Windward Islands as well. A few other national bowlers too. So it's an area that is well known for its cricket. Have you ever played cricket in South Rivers or in Park Hill, Austin?
No, I haven't. In my limited international career.
As he overcomes it, then it's 163 for 7. You mentioned limited international career. Is there something that you're holding back from the viewers?
Not the end to that over that the Windward Islands were looking forward to. After scoring 3 runs from the first delivery, was not able to get any more added to the total. So 163 for 7, with 7 overs remaining.
Yes, you left my question alone outside the off stump.
Yes, ideally.
But yes, 163 for 7. These two for the Windwards, and they need to bat long and well into maybe the 48th or 47th over. Rorill will want to continue taking wickets for Barbados, because if he does, he'll limit them to well under 200 runs. So far, he has been effective in terms of wicket taking, has taken 2 up to this point, and has the potential to take a few more. This one has been struck firmly by Kirsten Murray over the mid-wicket area for 6 runs. A big slug sweep there from Murray.
Yes, a powerful hit there by Murray. We mentioned that so far he's looked good. Has walked the ball into the gaps. Looks reasonably comfortable versus the spinners. On that occasion, Warrell once again giving that delivery a bit of air. And Kirsten Murray pulling out the big slug sweep over the pavilion here for another massive 6. Welcome runs from the Windward Islands lower order. 169 for the loss of 7.
Yeah, that one was very full from Morrill. It's the type of bowler he is. He's not afraid to give the ball flight, so he will not have that 10 overs for 10. It would be rare to see him having 10 overs for 10, like you saw from Clark, who's a different type of off spinner. But he will get wickets because he's not afraid to give the ball some air. And there you saw it from him on that occasion. Just a bit too full with that flighty delivery. And Murray, his eyes lit up, and he took full advantage of it, hitting it over mid-wicket for a handsome 6.
He seemed to possess a bit more power than his brother. That's why we were in shock.
Would you say a bit more power?
A lot more
power. Both of them very slenderly built, but Kirsten seems to pack more of a punch.
Yes, and which really begs the question as to the shot selection there from Court Murray before, but that has gone before. We are now in the 44th over, and these two, Jelani Joseph, Kirsten Murray, will be looking to put up a bit of a fight at the back end here for the Windward Island team. and try and get a bit of momentum back into their innings, and they can take that momentum further into their bowling effort. I'm still trying to locate the ball. It was a big hit over deep mid-wicket. It's a farming community here in Park Hill. So maybe that one was somewhere.
There's a field just adjacent to the playing field. I think that went over there. And I think the ball is now back with us, wasn't it?
Yes. And just want to go back to the conditions, the playing conditions we mentioned earlier in terms of the fast bowlers and the need for 20 overs to be bowled by pace. I was looking at the number of overs bowled so far. I think we still need about 6 overs or so of pace. I don't think we're going to get that. So I'm not sure. It was a miscalculation on the part of the umpires in terms of enforcing that condition. We'll get back to it. We'll further verify.
Yeah, I think yeah, this will be the last over of spin then, wasn't it? So all the other overs after this have to come from the Pacers, with 6 overs remaining of the 20 that are mandatory for pace to bowl as per the playing conditions.
Yes. So we are likely to see the likes of Prescott and Kyron King. I think those two might be at the top of the queue to finish off proceedings. I don't think we'll see the likes of Kyle Jordan being given any sort of opportunity, given what we've seen from his previous outing. So you're not missing out on any cricket here. We're just awaiting the restart following that humongous hit by Kirsten Murray. We're all set now. This one is short of a length and playing it out to Mutara there. Was being in the action really, both with the ball and in the field. It's good to see the weather holding up. I know a bit of rain was in the forecast this morning. Got me a bit worried that we will have a delay in the start of proceedings, but thankfully that hasn't been the case, and we have wonderful weather at the moment. So long may it last. This one is a swipe really across the line, looking to replicate his previous hit. Delivery a bit on the shorter side, turning away from him as well, not making any sort of contact. Once again, a quicker delivery there from Morrell. Bit of bounce, well taken by wicketkeeper Joshua Morris. So after being hit from that 6, no other runs scored in that over. And at the end of the 44th over, Windward Islands, having won the toss early and batted first, they're 169 for the loss of 7.
Yes, 169 for 7, Windward Islands. I think we have harped on it repeatedly that they'll be disappointed based on where they were after 10 overs. But with 6 overs left, they have the potential still to get around that 200 mark if they do not lose the 3 wickets that they have remaining in that time. The Barbados team, they would want to ensure that they mop up these 3 wickets as quickly as possible. The remaining 6 overs have to be bowled by pace as per the rules. So we have had 14 overs of pace. Now we had with the last 6, they have to be shared among the pacers. And so it is something that some of the Windward Islands batsmen could have taken into consideration. Those, maybe John and probably Murray, those last couple of wickets, those last 3 wickets, could have taken a bit more of that into consideration and maybe have held themselves back until now, so they could probably score at a quicker rate against the Pacers with more wickets in hand as well.
Because one thing that we have seen so far is that it looks to be the type of wicket where it's easier to score from the seamers. We saw that in the opening partnership. They were not only able to score quickly, but they were able to get the ball into the gaps as well. And a similar thing we're seeing here. This one peels off the outside edge, beats the man there, Joshua Dawn at a straightish third man, and a boundary to start the over. Good start here from Jelani Joseph and the Windward Islands in this 45th over.
Tell you what, I'm going to give Joseph some credit there, because it seemed as if it was an intentional shot from him. Whether he was intending to get it so fine is another question, but he did intentionally open the face on that delivery to get it behind point on the offside. So a good productive shot there from Joseph.
173 for 7. This one is punched nicely out to the man there at deep point for a single. Just seemed to be more of a comfort zone for these Windward Island batters whenever they're facing up to the seamers on this wicket.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And Joseph has been, both him and Coston Murray, they've been quite busy since they've come to the crease. They are running hard for everything. And they have shown, both of them, they are the opening bowlers as well, those left arm seamers, both of them. Yeah, but they have shown that ability to score, which was missing in some of the partnerships that we have seen so far. This one is picked up over square leg for 6.
Yes, a magnificent shot there from Coston Murray. Where we were speaking about the comfort level of the Windward Island batters against the seamers. On that occasion, just swiveling on that delivery and timing it nicely over deep square leg. The man there, Jordan, had no chance really, and a welcome 6 for the Windward Islands.
And that one was into the wind, and that boundary is one of the longer boundaries on the park. So that was a very good hit from him into the wind as well, I might add. At one point, it didn't seem as if he had played the shot in anger, but well over the boundary in the end.
This one is looking to go again on the leg side, getting the inner portion of the bat. Down to the man there at fine leg for a single. So productive over so far. 12 runs coming from it.
Yeah, again, you could see as soon as the pace is introduced, the batsmen are now looking a little bit more comfortable. There's a left and right combination at the crease as well, which King has to be mindful of, and his line on that occasion just a bit to leg side. Has to make the adjustment for bowling to the right as opposed to the left-hander.
I think a good end to the innings here would really put the Windward Island in good stead in terms of not only finishing off positively, but their bowling effort, going into their bowling effort with a bit of confidence.
Yeah, looking at what we've seen so far from the Barbados team, there's no doubt in my mind, obviously, if they could have bowled more spin, they would have. But the Pacers have looked a bit ineffective, although that's a very good delivery on that occasion from King to end the over 181 for 7.
Yes, a very good over from a Windward Islands perspective. 12 runs coming from that one. They'll be hoping that they can replicate that type of performance in the remaining 5 overs to go. Extras 19 so far in the innings. And Windward Islands 181 for 7.
Yeah, quite a few wides and no balls. One over with several no balls from Jordan earlier on in the piece. And Prescott, he's really the main man here, although he was taken to a bit in the first spell. Only getting 3 overs in his first spell because they went for 28 runs. So he was taken for more than 9 runs and over. But this is an opportunity for him to rebound. Does bowl a good Yorker. Does get that ball to dip in late with the Yorker. Maybe that delivery for him might have been more suitable from the opposite end, where the wind is coming from. Gets the ball to come into the right-hander. In this case, it will get him to leave because as you look at your screen now, the wind is blowing from right to left, or from the left-hander's offside to his onside. As Murray now will face up to Prescott. Murray so far has been effective with his innings of 20 off 18 up to this point.
Yeah, it's just getting a bit of momentum in the back end of this innings as we see Prescott Bowling from opposite end this time. This one is peeled off the outside edge down to Motara there on the third man boundary. Murray slashing hard. Gets himself a single. 182 for 7.
Yes, you would say that he's a batsman in a 180-degree mold of difference from his brother, his twin brother. Really looks to enjoy going at the ball and does have the power as well to execute those shots, those big shots.
Yes, we have seen that on a couple of occasions in this innings. The Windward Islands will be hoping that we can see it a bit more often in the next 4 overs or so, 4.5 overs or so. And Joseph in strike. Just need to get bat on ball and get his partner back on strike, and that he's able to do on this occasion. So gets it down to the man there, third man for a single.
This partnership so far has been quite instructive. I think both of them understand what they are supposed to be doing, and so far they have executed it. And they are in with a chance of putting up what will still be a competitive total if they get maybe 210, 220. I think under 200, Barbados will think that they have the upper hand at the beginning of the chase. But once you start going past 220, 230, then it's a good score.
This one is hit powerfully. My goodness, it was brave of Prescott there to get his left hand to it. Direct it, but comfortably in the end. And Prescott still feeling the effects of that. It was powerfully struck. And in the end, you could say he saved 2.
Yeah, we spoke about the batting of Murray and how he likes to attack the bowling, and that one was struck with some ferocity. Probably would need some ice on that a bit later, Prescott, but in the end he saved his team, as you mentioned, 2 runs.
Still have a lot to do with the bat, Prescott. So definitely need that left hand. It was brave of him, must be said. The type of ferocity that left the bat with. It seemed to be a very good time off the ball, Constant Murray. This one is hit, that timing it as well, and straight out to Joshua Dawn. Takes a very good catch, diving forward, his second of the innings, and the breakthrough again for the Barbadian team, just when the Windward Islands was trying to wrestle back the initiative. And Constant Murray he goes for 23. It's now 185 for the loss of 8.
Yes, 185 for the loss of 8. Murray, in the end, doing the job that he had to do, would be disappointed in not being able to persist with that job just a little bit longer. I think his dad is here watching as well, former West Indies wicketkeeper Junior Murray, and I think his dad might be saying to him, well, you know, if he had stayed there maybe until 50, the 50th over, you might have gotten a little half century. But I think in the end it was a good enough effort from him coming in down at number 9.
Yes, and he got a bit carried away the way he was timing it. That occasion, his timing evaded him and presented that opportunity to Joshua Dawn, who took it with both hands. And you see number 11, Dante Alexander, making his way to the crease. A relatively tall young man. There's still a further 4.2 overs remaining. And from a Windward Islands perspective, they'll be wanting to bat all of these overs. They want to be dismissed inside the 50 over.
Very tall individual, Alexander. Seems to be around that 2 meter mark, around 6'6" or 6'7". He actually looks like he's towering even over Prescott, who is quite tall as well.
To have some long levers. Be interesting to see if he's of that attacking nature. So far, showing the full face of the bat. And that's the end of a successful over from Prescott. 4 runs coming from it, and at the end of it, Windward Islands, they're 185 for the loss of 8.
Yeah, 185 for 8, the Windward Islands. 4 overs left, 24 deliveries. They would be looking to get at least up to 200. And whatever else comes after that would be a bonus with 8 wickets down. I think if the previous partnership had continued maybe into the 48 over or so, then they would be looking for maybe 210 or 220. But I don't think from this position they would complain much if they are able to get over 200.
Kyron King it is to continue from the northern end. This delivery is outside the off stump. Joseph there looking to walk that one down to third man. A shot that he has employed successfully so far.
Yeah, he has looked to get the face of the bat onto those Yorker length deliveries outside the off stump and get them fine of the third man.
This one again is a full length delivery and beats the man there, Zion Brathwaite. Made a valiant effort there to prevent that boundary, but in the end 4 more runs added to the total. 189 for the loss of 8 Windward Islands.
Yeah, just enjoying the signaling of umpire Brian there. Very animated in his signaling for 4 runs, but yeah, these are all crucial runs for the Windward Islands. That one just badly lined by King. Looking for the Yorker. Again, we mentioned that there's quite a stiff breeze. And it's not a consistent breeze as well that comes across the ground. So at times it dies down. And at times it picks up, which may be messing with the line of the bowlers a bit.
It's a short delivery, I think. Well, actually, signal 1 for the over there. I thought it was a bit too short. But in the eyes of umpire Colin Bryan, I judged it to be a relatively legitimate delivery. 189 for 8. Just to give you some scores in the other games, Guyana batting versus Jamaica, they're 143 for 8. And TNT versus Leeward Islands, the TNT 105 for 9. So TNT continues to struggle. With those, as this one is hit upishly down to the man there, third man. And thankfully from Jelani's Joseph perspective, just falling short of Kyle Jordan.
Yeah, that one, Joseph was looking to go over the top on the offside. Legitimate edge on this occasion, was not looking to get it down to third man intentionally, but did not carry it to the man there at a squarish third man. So there are 2 feelers, one at a very fine third man in Don, and one a bit squarer in Jordan. And there's also a man on the deep point boundary, so that area is quite well patrolled.
Dante Alexander, his 4 shot played in anger really. Missing it completely. Not looking too accomplished there in terms of that attempted.
No, he isn't. And just going back to the field placement, it means that the bowlers will be looking to keep the ball outside off stump and maybe fuller rather than shorter. Alexander, tell you what, if he's to bowl a short delivery to him and be called wide, then it will take some doing. He's a skyscraper of a young man.
This one is a full toss and not timing it at all. He's getting it out to Worrell there at cover for a single. So he keeps strike, Alexander. And at the end of the 47th over, 3 remaining in this encounter. Windward Islands, they're 191 for the loss of 8.
So 191 for 8. Seems at this point like they will approach 200. Don't know if they will get it yet before the 2 wickets are taken, but seems like if they will approach it. And based on the way that they have been scoring in the last 3 or 4 overs, if they bat until the 50th over, I think that you could expect around 210. But Prescott will have other ideas. He has seen that Alexander may not necessarily be the most accomplished of batsmen, so he'll be looking to pick him up here. There's a fine leg, a deep backward square leg, a mid wicket, long on in place on the leg side. This one beats him as he looks to play kind of that we would describe that as a chop, probably a chop shot now, maybe that's behind square on the offside.
It's interesting to see that Alexander was sent in ahead of Courtney Franklin. We have seen a lot of Courtney Franklin. He does hit the ball in some unusual areas, and I thought that the situation would have been ideal for him. So far, Alexander hasn't been able to find the middle of the bat with any sort of efficiency and effectiveness.
This time he gets it closer to the middle of the bat. Gets a single down to the man at long on. Yes, it leaves a lot of questions, especially since we have seen the way that Franklin bats. Once he bats, he will get runs. Once he stays at the wicket. Very attacking in nature.
This one is short. It's in the air. It's going to take a very good catch here. And well done there by Joshua Morris. He always had his eyes on it. And in the end, taken quite comfortably in the end. So another wicket goes. It's 192 for the loss of 9. Windward Islands here in danger of being bowled out before the 50 overs.
Yes, so very good there from Prescott, from the Barbados perspective. Going into the wicket, rushing Joseph a bit for pace. He was looking for the pull shot, but really it was onto him too quickly. And only successfully getting a top edge in the vicinity of that short fine leg area. And wicketkeeper Morris was able to reach to cover the ground and take the catch safely in the end.
That brings Courtney Franklin, the local boy, one of 2 Vincentians in his squad. And he'll be looking to get some runs here for his team. More renowned for his bowling, Courtney Franklin, but can play quite a handy innings with the bat from time to time.
Yeah, he's quite enterprising, so there will not be a dull moment when he's on strike for sure.
I think he actually opened the batting during the recently concluded Windward Islands Under 19 tournament for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Actually scored a 50 as well. So it definitely
it's interesting to have him at 11.
Yeah, so definitely has some batting ability, Courtney Franklin. This one is driven straight to the man there at slip. So just as we were singing his praises, Prescott on this occasion, a full delivery outside the off stump. There was Courtney driving at that one, and Nathan Seeley, the captain there at first slip, bringing himself in at first slip. Must be said, very good captaincy and a very good catch there from him. So that ends the innings from Windward Islands. At the end of it, they're 192 for the loss of 9, 47.4 overs, 47.3 overs, sorry, and a bit below par in terms of that 200 mark, Alansi.
Well, they got off to a rollicking start. They were 89 without loss after 10 overs, and then after that they were, restricted by the spinners in the middle. They got some momentum towards the end again. However, the wickets kept tumbling, and that was a key for the Barbados team. They were able to dismiss them in the 48th over for 192 for 9. We saw earlier a half century from Theo Edward getting to 55, but laboured in the end for the second half of his innings against the spinners. And we saw a quick fire 40 of 33 deliveries, 41 from 33 deliveries, I think, from the skipper, Pascal. And in that first partnership, they really looked like they were going to mount a big score, but we always knew that the spin would restrict the scoring once they were introduced.
Yes, and that was the case, really. You mentioned an innings of 2 halves, and at one point Barbados, Windward Islands, maybe were aiming a bit beyond 192 for 9, but in the end, 192 for 9 is the final total here for the Windward Islands. They won the toss this morning, elected to bat first, and it's runs on the board, and hopefully, from a Windward Islands perspective, their bowlers will be able to do a very good job here this afternoon. Barbados will be reasonably pleased with that total, below 200. Given what we've seen of their batting in the 2-day format, they'll be hoping that they can transfer that type of form into this limited over segment. So for now, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with you in about 40 minutes' time.
Welcome back to the Park Hill playing field where we have this fixture, Windward Islands under 19 versus the Barbados under 19 team in the CWI Rising Stars under 19 men's competition. And batting first, Windward Islands made 192 all out or 47.4 overs. 3 wickets for Prescott, 2 apiece for Warrell and for Clark, who bowled 2 overs for 10 runs actually off his full quota of 10 overs. In the other games, we have Guyana. They made 175 yes, of their overs, and that was against the Jamaica team. And in the next fixture, Trinidad, they have been bowled out for 109.
Yes,
as I say, good afternoon to us, Ned.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to you, Alanson. Good afternoon to all our viewers. Our viewers in the Windward Islands. Remember the Windward Islands team representing Dominica, Grenada, St. Vincent, St. Lucia. So players from those countries forming a part of the team. Good afternoon to those in Barbados as well, whose hopes would be relatively high given the success of the Barbadian team in the 2-day format. They'll be hoping that they can transform that type of form and confidence into this, the 50-over tournament, and 192. It's a total that I'm sure the Windward Islands will be quite disappointed with given the start that they have. But at the end of the day, it runs on the board and it's a matter of them bowling well.
So Joseph in. Quick single to take to start. Wasn't. Yes, a quick single to start there. John getting off the mark immediately of Joseph.
Costan Murray, he had a tidy little innings which gave the finish to the Windward Islands effort a bit of momentum, a bit of impetus that was really lacking throughout the middle overs. So you'll be hoping that he can transform that confidence into his bowling. Saw him in the 2-day format. Has a bit of pace, gets the ball to move as well.
So good delivery, better line, better length. Played comfortably by Brathwaite. Mentioned before that Costan Murray, left-arm pacer, his twin brother, Court Murray, left-arm orthodox spinner. I think I mentioned erroneously before that they are the children of Junior Murray. Their father died in a tragic accident a few years ago. So I'm sure that his family and their family and their relatives will be quite proud of them representing at the youth level. And we'll have high hopes for them in the future as well. As he comes in again just back off a length, searching for that line and that length that he wants to have. What you're seeing from him so far is a typical limited overs line and length. Not too full, not too short.
Yes, a very good start from him. And the wickets still seem to be a reasonable one for batting. Ball seems to be coming onto the bat quite nicely for the openers here. I'm sure the Barbadian team will enjoy the pace just as much as the Windward Island openers did.
That one just seemed to have come off the pad, but some excitement there. Seemed to have come off the tie pad, but a closer look may tell us if anything else was touched. But the keeper, Abraham, he didn't gather. So it didn't matter in the end because he didn't gather. But some excitement there from the Windward Islands fielders.
Yeah, it's not the best of effort there from Abraham. Not quite gathering that one cleanly. As you mentioned, maybe just brushing the tie pad there from Brathwaite. I think the wind will also aid Murray in his quest to bring the ball back into these right-handers.
This one is tucked off the pad. Should have time for a single. Yes, Sylvester does the feeling. Sylvester, no name in Windward Islands cricket. Don't know if he's related to some of the Sylvesters who have played for Windward Islands in the past. Remember the name Kester Sylvester and a few others. But it's a common name in Windward Islands cricket. Yeah. Had those Sylvesters in the team in the 90s, I think also. This one played, was looking to push it in the offside, but came off the inner portion of the bat. Maybe some inward movement. A little bit of argy-bargy between the two. A little conversation. And that's the end of over number 1. The score is 2 without loss, Barbados.
Yes, a good start from Colston Murray. Taking the new ball. Getting in sort of prodigious movement back into the right-handers. Most of those deliveries angled across the right-hander. Not too sure, given the state of the wicket. And what we've seen so far, you get a lot of swing on offer. But just a matter of finding that right line, Colston Murray. And so far, he's been on the money. And Kyle Jordan, Zion Brathwaite, an attacking opening pair. Especially Kyle Jordan. But what I want to say about Kyle Jordan in the last game, the final, we saw a different side to his game where he was able to occupy the crease for a very long period of time and showed a lot of defiance. So it's good to see that from the young man that he has both ends to his string.
That's very important because you tend to hear from some players these days that that's how I play. And that's how I play. But you have to be able to play the situation and do what is required for the team in that situation, as Dante Alexander will be taking up the bowling in the second over. This one short back of a length. Tall man Alexander getting that ball to lift off the surface.
We saw him with the bat in hand. Didn't look that competent, so this is actually a strong point. So we're hoping that he can impress today. You mentioned he's very tall. We'll get a bit of bounce from this wicket. But he has to be accurate, put the ball in the right areas, because as we've seen, any sort of whiff or loose deliveries on this wicket will be punished.
This one punch in the gap. Brilliant feeling there by the skipper. Diving in the covers. Kept them to a single. Yeah,
back of a length so far from Dante Alexander. Zion Brathwaite trying to force that delivery off the back foot. Getting to the right of Captain Pascal, who dived to his right acrobatically. One for the cameras.
This one is punched uppishly, but in the gap, single taken. He was looking to turn that one on the onside. Flew about 15 yards or so off the bat, but didn't go to the man at mid-wicket. And single taken there, one more to Jordan.
Yes, played quite uppishly from Kyle Jordan. It was neither here or there. Just trying to walk that one through the onside. And thankfully for him, the man there at mid-wicket was a bit deep, a bit too square as well on that occasion.
This one is going over the top, over the offside. Bouncing close to the boundary now. Excellent feeling. Keeps it down to, looks
single.
like a single. Wow. I was about to say 3, but remarkably, I think that Brathwaite was thinking that was going to the boundary.
It's not the best of running there between these two. Sliced really. Didn't really connect in the area he was looking for. Some over long off. Got it over cover. And in the end, just a single taken there.
Shorter one, looking to pull that one, stand up straight and pull, but because of the height of Alexander, the bounce he gets, it's not the easiest of shots. We have seen Jordan play that shot, especially in his innings at Arnesville in the second round against the Leeward Islands, but it will be a bit more difficult to execute that against Alexander because of his bounce and height.
Yeah, it's just getting a bit of a lift off the wicket with this new ball. Jordan mentioned it's a favorite shot of his. Likes to pull, cut.
This one is on a good line, good length, just around the off stump. Defended, and that's the end of over number 2. So far, a solid enough start from both teams in this opening exchanges of the bout.
Yes, another steady over there. Good start from Dante Alexander, conceding 4. 6 without loss. I think it's important from the Windward Islands perspective not to allow the Barbadians to get off to any sort of quick start, because they really have to exert a bit of pressure from the get-go. You don't want the Barbados to be anywhere near where they were after 10 overs, because then the game becomes a bit easier in terms of batting the spinners. And as we mentioned already, the introduction of spin is going to be crucial even in the second innings.
Murray to continue, looking for that shot again over the onside. appeal for XBW, but in the end it was quite high. But he's looking for that short arm pull where he doesn't really rock back fully onto the back foot, but stays in his stance and then just goes over the mid-wicket area.
Yeah, so looking to basically pull off the front foot. Kyle Jordan. A bit of extra pace there from Costan Murray.
So I'm striking him on the pad. So again, oh, naughty there from Murray. It's a no ball. Signaled by umpire Brian. So it will be a free hit to Jordan. And I think that is what the doctor has ordered for Jordan, because he has been looking to get on with it. Now he has the license to do so.
Well, the favour has been repaid to him. If you can recall, in the bowling effort of the Barbadian team, he bowled quite a bit of no ball, conceded a couple of free hits as well. So now the favour has been returned. He'll be hoping he can take full advantage of this.
This one is a dot delivery coming off the inner half of the bat. He was looking to go over long on maybe, but didn't get the contact. And so that free hit doesn't cost Murray or the Windward Islands any runs.
Yeah, so far I think Kyle Jordan trying to hit the ball a bit too hard. Hasn't timed it as yet. I think it will be better served to just trying to get used to the condition. We're just into the third over. So far he's just played 6 deliveries, so just needs to get used to the pace and bounce in the wicket. And then I'm sure he'll be able to capitalize from there.
So one came off the tie pad.
I think so far, and so what we've seen from both of these opening bowlers, that they've bowled at hard length. I haven't seen a lot of deliveries to drive. So they've been back of a length so far, and then the Barbadian batter hasn't been really able to score freely from that length. So I think they will persist with that line and that length, so long as the batters don't get used to that particular length.
This one, he gets in the gap. This one should go to the boundary for 4. Didn't get the full contact either from that delivery, but he'll be satisfied that he got the 4 runs that he was looking for.
Well, he have tried on a couple of occasions now, Kyle Jordan, to get that delivery of a deep mid-wicket region. And just to add to what I was saying, I think if you're going to persist with that particular length, then maybe a man out at deep mid-wicket might be a better option, as opposed to the man at deep fine leg.
Correct, or maybe even both, and bring up the third man if he's going to play that shot to the delivery. I think that's the conversation now he's having with the skipper. Sending back the man at deep square leg and bringing up the fine leg.
So they're actually listening to us, Alanson.
Well, I don't know what they're using to hear us because we're not that loud. This one is hit over the onside. Should be pulled back by Franklin. Very quick. Keeps them down to 2 runs. Very good feeling there by Franklin.
Yes, he's a dynamic fielder, Courtney Franklin. There's one thing about his cricket is that you know that he will give 110% each time. Very good in the field. And very aggressive with the bat, and when you see with the ball in hand later on, he'll be giving it his all as well. So a very good all-round cricketer, Courtney Franklin, and saving his team 2 runs on that occasion. That's going to be critical in terms of the feeling from the Windward Island team.
This one is going out of the ground. That's 6 runs. Finally, John has gotten a hold of one, and I see he has liked the look of that one. And that one is not staying with us. It's a big 6 over mid-wicket there from Kyle Jordan.
I think it's the biggest we've seen all day. And we spoke about that length, that back of a length. I was saying to you, as long as you continue to bowl it and you're not being punished to any extent, then I have no problem persisting with it. But to Kyle Jordan, we spoke about his attempts to really get going in terms of that short delivery. And on that occasion, really making a type of connection, sweet connection, really. And that ball sailed many a mile.
Yeah, that one was very Well, in that area that he's been looking for the shot, we said that it's one of his favorite shots. He played it with a plum in that fixture against the Leeward Islands in the second round, particularly against Palmer in the second innings. But this occasion, as we said, the pitch it's not a quick pitch. The pace is nice, but it's not threatening, and it allows the batsman really to get the eye in. On that occasion, he was playing that pickup shot over mid-wicket, well executed, and I'm sure that it will give Murray a lot to think about when he comes back for his next over. It's 19 without loss after 3. This one is wide. It's wide signal here by umpire Mokan. As Alexander continues.
It's not the best of starts from Alexander in this over. Delivery on the line of the leg stump. Stopped partially there by wicketkeeper Abraham.
This one is hit over extra cover. That is 6 runs. And that's a magnificent shot there from Brathwaite, and the Barbados openers, they are now into their work.
Yes, classy there from Zion Brathwaite. You mentioned he's a relatively short man, but he does crack a punch. And a delivery giving him a bit of room outside the off stump. On the fuller side, something that we said that the Windward Island bowler haven't done so far. Delivery foolish outside the off stump, and there was Brathwaite going elegantly over extra cover for a well-deserved 6.
This one, he punches it straight to the man at mid-off for no run. Yeah, it's something that they have to be aware of. I mean, they could bowl that fuller length, but they have to try to make sure that they're getting some movement, because if it's not getting any movement, then it will be coming on nicely to the bat of both these opening batsmen who are quite aggressive.
Just getting into their work here, these two. Those initial couple of overs were very watchful from them. Rightfully so.
This one is driven through the covers, 4 runs, beats the man at extra cover, full delivery there from Alexander, and it gets the treatment as it deserves.
Yes, another loose delivery there from Alexander. I'm not sure what has contributed to this change of length. In his first over, he was bowling back for length to these two, but in this over particularly, he has looked for that fuller length, and he has really punished. Been punished by Zion Brathwaite so far. 11 runs from the overs.
This one is wide down the leg side from Alexander. So, quick start here from what we have seen from the Barbados team. Similar to what we had from the Windward Islands, really. Current run rate of 8.66.
Well, we did mention it, that it's a very good batting wicket against the seamers, especially with the new ball. And I'm sure the instructions from the Barbadian management was to take full advantage.
Oh, this one is a magnificent shot over wide long off by Zion Brathwaite, and that is the shot of the tournament thus far from the youngster.
Oh my goodness, that's classy, gorgeous. It's all the good adjectives you can think about when it comes to describing that shot from Zion Brathwaite. Once again, a foolish length outside the off stump, really inviting that drive, and Zion Brathwaite really saying thank you very much, and deposited that one even further than the previous delivery for a massive 6.
That one just too full. As we said before, yes, it's good to bowl full, but if you're not getting any movement on a pitch like this, then you can't be too full, because the batsman will definitely go with you. And so said, so done. And Brathwaite really dismissing that one from his presence over extra cover. It's a lovely shot indeed.
It's a strange one, Alonso. We spoke about his first over. He was back of a length, really. He wasn't punished in any way. But so far, in his second over, he has gone for that fuller length. And he has really been punished severely by Zion Brathwaite, most notably.
Yeah, and to be honest, I would bowl fuller to Jordan and a bit shorter to Brathwaite. That would be my my mode of operation until I am removed from such. that length is not bad. But that length to Jordan, he'll be on the pole for sure. So different approaches from the two batsmen, and you have to bear that in mind as you're bowling.
Agreed. That delivery getting a bit of lift, and you mentioned he's a very tall man. So naturally, quite naturally, he will get that ball to lift. This ball is just 3.5 overs old, so it's still a relatively new ball. And it's just a matter of understanding the different type of batters at the crease at the moment.
So at the end of over number 4, the score is 37 without loss. Barbados in pursuit of a target of 193 here at Park Hill.
Yes, a very fruitful over there for the Barbados under 19 team. A couple of lusty blows over extra cover for 6. And they're rollicking along here at 9.25 runs per over. And a similar start to what we saw with the Windward Irons, as we mentioned before. But I think from a Barbados perspective, knowing how much they have to actually chase, it will actually fall into their comfort zone.
Yeah, it always works out well when you're on a good batting pitch and you know how many you have to get. You're able then to plan your innings a bit better and be more precise as far as the planning is concerned. While if you're batting first, then you have a little more ebbs and flows as you adjust to what is before you without having a precise target to hunt down. So Murray, he will continue. Constant Murray does have a man at deep backward square leg and a man at third man, all the others inside the ring. This one is too short. Again, he goes over the mid-wicket region, and that is 4 runs again to Jordan.
Well, it's that particular length, and we spoke about it, especially bowling to Jordan. That short of a length seemed to be, food and drink really for him. And so far, we've seen both of these players really playing to their strengths. And it must be said that the Windward Islands, they really have to put on their thinking caps, really, if they are to effect any sort of dismissal here, or furthermore, stem the flow of runs here this afternoon.
Yes, and I have an eye down at the sea. Place getting a bit more overcast. I think Barbados are also mindful of the threat of rain. I think they would need 20 overs to constitute a match. Subject to correction, we'll check the playing conditions, but that's usually the case for 50 over fixtures, even at the international level.
It's a better length on that occasion, and I'm thinking to myself, if it is that you're going to bowl at fuller length, then the field itself will need to be changed. So a lot happening up there, and Captain Stefan Pascal, he's the man in the hot seat really, marshalling his troops. Maybe it's a case of trying to see if Jordan is willing to go through the offside and set an offside field. But definitely, these boundaries on the leg side, they're not big enough for him.
This one he plays down to the backward square leg region, gets a single, that's Brathwaite. As I was mentioning just as I speak, the wind is picking up just a little bit. Let's just hope that those clouds that we see hovering around, that they are blown away by the breeze and we don't have any rain interruptions. So far, we have been fortunate as far as that is concerned based on some of the forecasts that we have seen for today. As Murray comes in again to John. This one is down the leg side. Again, signal wide by umpire Brian. So just a bit too straight on that occasion was Constant Murray.
Yes, the wind is definitely picking up. You mentioned there were some showers in the forecast earlier. We've been quite fortunate so far to have no interruptions from rain. And we'll be hoping with this wind picking up that this rain can actually be blown away. We're in the middle of a very interesting contest so far.
That's the length that he needs to be against John. Not fuller than that and definitely not shorter. And if he could remain around that vicinity, then he will be in the contest for sure.
Agreed. Good start here from the Barbados in reply. A scoring rate of 9.43. really epitomizes the fact that this is a very good batting wicket against the new ball.
This one, at this time, they saw that John was down the wicket looking to mess with the length of Murray. Saw that he was going into that good length, came down, turned it into a half volley, but was not able to find the gap. So some more for Murray to think about, but I like the fact that Jordan is not static. He's thinking about how he could put pressure on the bowler. This time driving, not timed as well as you would have wanted, but they have time for the single. And that's the end of over number 5. It is 44. With 45 without loss, going at 9 runs and over. The Barbados under-19 team in pursuit of 193 for victory.
Yes, a brilliant start from the Barbadian team in response to that first innings total of 192 made by the Windward Islands. Both batters scoring at better than a runner ball. I'm sure they'll be wanting to continue in that vein, especially take advantage of this power play. The Windward Islands, on the other hand, they will need a wicket. That's the only way you're going to stop the scoring rate from continue to soar. And Captain Pascal turning to Courtney Franklin, take up proceedings there from the southern end, the local boy. Right fast, medium. Has a bit of pace, Franklin. Haven't seen a lot of him in the tournament, to be quite honest. In that two-day format, he was used rather sparingly at times. Has this opportunity here now, and he'll be hoping for the best.
This one is too short, and that has been hit for an almighty 6. And that one will not stay with us. Not the length that he wants to be bowling to Jordan. He has shown that he loves it there, and that he's going to eat that for lunch, breakfast, dinner, tea, brunch. What are the other meals, supper?
He'll eat it all day. That's the whole point of the matter. He'll eat it all day. A shortish length, somewhat of a loosener. A loosener there from Courtney Franklin, and there was Kyle Jordan. We have seen this before. We mentioned the power that he has, and definitely manifested in that huge hit. I believe over 100 meters, that one for 6.
This time he should be out, and it's the wicket. Franklin, and look at the celebration from the young man. It's a big celebration from the youngster here as he takes the big wicket of Jordan. And this is entertaining cricket here at the Park Hill playing field.
Yes, definitely a lot of entertainment. I would like to think it's somewhat of a slow delivery there from Courtney Franklin. I was about to mention that he does have that in his armory, and on that occasion, not timing it to any extent there, Kyle Jordan. So Windward Islands, they take a very good wicket, the wicket of the dangerous Kyle Jordan for 27. It's 51 for the loss of 1.
Yes, very important wicket indeed for the Windward Islands. Franklin showing his experience there, just using a slow delivery and defeating him for lack of pace, I think, on that occasion. As we said before, pulling off that length, while it is a pet shot for him, any little variation in bounce or pace will make it difficult, which is why you're usually told to go on your back foot to put the pull shot, and the pulling off the front foot is usually looked at with great admiration, because it's not the most easy thing to do continuously. And that was a massive wicket there for the Windward Islands team, as it brings the experienced Joshua Dawn to the wicket.
Yes, Joshua Dawn, not as flamboyant as the man he's replacing. So I think from the Windward Islands perspective, they'll be hoping things calm down a bit, and maybe calm down from that category 4 storm that Kyle Jordan was just a part of.
And as we speak, seeing a bit of sunshine return to the ground. I think that Franklin may have brought the sunshine for the Windward Islands, or to the Windward Islands team, with that wicket. Dawn, in his usual, a very phlegmatic method, just gets back and defends that one with a lot of time, as he usually has against the Pacers.
Yes, Joshua Dawn didn't have the best of tournaments in terms of the two-day format. I'm sure he'll admit by his own high standards that he didn't have the output of runs that at the beginning of the tournament he was perhaps looking forward to. So he will have the time now to really make amends.
So Franklin taking a scalp in his first wicket. Much to the delight of the spectators here, I think he has brought a contingent with him as well from North Leeward, along with some of his national teammates here who live in the vicinity here in Park Hill. National under-19 teammates, making a lot of noise in the stands for him. This one again, another slow, shorter delivery, but that one is down the leg side. So that seems to be that delivery that he bowled against Jordan to get the wicket.
Yes, just a bit of misdirection on that occasion. You mentioned Courtney Franklin, a very popular man, a very good sportsman as well. From my understanding, he also plays football and does some athletics as well. So he's a very good all-round young man, and you could see it in terms of his fitness and his dedication to the sport.
This one, shorter delivery, quicker delivery, but too short.
That one had a bit more pace on it.
Yes, that one was a quick delivery. One of the quickest ones we have seen for the day so far. It does have some pace as Franklin, but it was too short, well over the head of Dawn in the end. Driven nicely, but down to the man at third man for a single.
Yeah, Joshua Dawn up and running. That 6 seems such a long time ago from that first delivery. A couple of wides in this over as well.
He's a type of bowler, is Franklin. He will never be a 10 overs for 30 type of bowler. He's an impact bowler, a shot bowler. And has the wicket-taking deliveries that can get him a lot of wickets, but he also can go for some runs. This one a lot slower and defended. And that's the end of the over. It's 54 for 1 after 6 overs. The run rate remains though at 9 from the over, but the Windward Islands have seen the back of the dangerous Kyle Jordan for 27.
Yes, a successful over there from Courtney Franklin coming into his spell. 9 runs conceded, a couple of wides as we mentioned before, just working his way into his spell. I think what we see from him is a bit of variation in terms of pace. The use of that slow delivery was very crucial to getting the wicket there of Kyle Jordan. The Barbados team, they continue to press on, 54 for 1.
Yeah, and a slow delivery immediately becomes more effective when you have pace. So if batsmen are triggering their movements a lot quicker, then when you slow it down, then it will tend to have a more of an effect on them. Especially if the drop in pace is not amazingly slower, so that they have time to be deceived and still react after. As Murray continues. Played on the offside by Dawn. I think Murray as well will be happy to see the back of John because he was treated very harshly by him around that back of a length area.
It's safe to say that both of the bowlers here will be more comfortable bowling to Joshua Dawn. A bit more circumspect Dawn.
Swan, he plays it nicely. Just wide of extra cover for a single. Mid-off, comes around, feels to his left. Bit of drizzle in the air, but nothing overly threatening at the moment. As mentioned to you, we are on the eastern side of the island of St. Vincent in Park Hill. This one is a very well judged single. And good batting here from this pair. Rotating the strike when they have the opportunity. This one is on a good length. Don't think you'll see that short pull at this stage anywhere near at this stage from Joshua Dawn. So not a bad length so far to him. Just around short of a good length that will hit the top of off stump.
Yes, coming around the wicket there, Coston Murray. Most of these deliveries angling into the right-hander. Be interesting to see if he can get one to leave the right-hander from that angle.
This one is driven. Oh my, that's a magnificent attempt there by Pascal. But just evading him at point as they have time for a single. But was it uppishly by Don?
Yes, that delivery outside the off stump, and there was Don coming forward. Not making the type of connection that he wanted. And a valiant effort there from Stefan Pascal, diving away to his left, but not making any sort of contact on that occasion.
I think we see a drizzle coming up the valley and some activity there from the ground staff. It's Murray. Well fielded there by the man at mid wicket. Joseph keeps it to 1.
Joseph looks to be a busybody in the field, diving around a couple of occasions now. I think ominous signs here in terms of the groundsmen and bringing on the covers. So definitely going to have an interruption here in terms of the rain, albeit we've had a very exciting start to this response by the Barbados under-19 team. After 7 overs, 58 for 1, chasing a total of 193. So what we'll do, we'll take a short break and we'll have live coverage for you whenever the rain subsides.
Yes, good afternoon and welcome back to the Park Hill playing field where we have Barbados under 19 taking on the Windward Islands under 19. Windward Islands earlier made 192 all out, and Barbados, they in reply 58 for 1 of 7 overs. Due to a rain break, we have a revised target of 161 from 35 overs. That target has been revised according to the Duckworth Lewis Stern system. And with me in the commentary box is Osnet Kato. Good afternoon to you, Osnet.
Good afternoon to you again, Alanson. Good afternoon to all our viewers around the Caribbean. It's good to see that the players are back out on the field and we'll get some live action beginning very soon.
Yes, looking forward to the rest of this chase. Started off being very... notice that it started off being a very exciting chase. The run rate that we saw from the Barbados team, it's 58 for 1 off 7. They are going at over 8 runs and over. Joshua Dawn not out on 3 off 7. Zion Brathwaite dismissed for 22. The wicket taker, Courtney Franklin, he will resume bowling. He has 1 over, I think 1 for 9 in his solitary over. And took the wicket off Jordan earlier, 27 he made. All right, so that's the first delivery, back of a length, and defended there by Zion Brathwaite.
Yes, and Brathwaite, he started very well. He will have to start again. That's what a break does to you. And he is striking the ball beautifully, along with Kyle Jordan in that partnership. I can remember a couple of lusty blows, classy blows, I would say, over extra cover for 6. So he will have to start again, get used to the bounce and the pace at which Courtney Franklin is bowling.
This one is wide down the leg side. That slow delivery, it seems that he attempted on that occasion. Don't know if the ball may be a little bit wet now for the bowlers, given that we have had some rain and the outfield will be a bit slicker.
Yes, Franklin, they're trying to utilize that change of pace, something that worked well for him in getting that wicket off Kyle Jordan, but you don't want to overuse that delivery, more use it as more of a surprise delivery.
This one is on the back foot again, defense. A good line and length so far, except for that slow delivery as you mentioned. I think that's where he wants to be. Could see that when he's around that line and length, he's operating well within himself. He can slip it through maybe a yard or 2 quicker. See that one as a short delivery, but too short and called wide by the umpire. So he needs to pitch that one a bit fuller, I think. There's enough bounce in the wicket so that he can be a bit fuller so that it threatens the batsman.
Yeah, Brathwaite is not the tallest of players, so we definitely need to get a measure of how short he needs to pitch these deliveries. On a couple of occasions now, we have seen that short delivery just sailing over the head of the batter and being called rightfully wide by umpire Mokan out of Guyana.
This time he advances straight to the man at mid-off, but time enough for a single as Alexander Fields. Windward Islands say if they want to win this game, they really have to take wickets. There's no doubt about it. That is what will be required of them. Barbados already in a very good position in terms of their run rate. Although when you look at the screen, you're seeing a required run rate for the full 50 overs and not for the 35 overs as we have from here on. This one was played down to the third man by Dawn. So it's actually 132 that is required. But of 90 less deliveries than you see on the screen. So that would be 132 off 164, sorry, deliveries. Yes, not 132. Just reminded of that. So it will be 99 off 164 deliveries. Just to see if I'm correct there.
Not a lot of math skills running the family, Alanson.
99. Yeah, 99 off 160. 63 now. So on a short delivery under that one. That's the end of the over. 62 for 1 off 8. And just a reminder for those viewing, you might be seeing that 50 overs. It's a 50 over fixture, but Barbados need to make 161 off 35 overs.
Yeah, reasonable start from Franklin there after the rain break. A couple of deliveries there, perhaps a bit too short. And from his liking, he's the only wicket taker so far, getting that crucial breakthrough we mentioned before the rain break of Kyle Jordan. Brathwaite trying to continue in that vein that he started with. 8 overs completed.
So changing bowling. Court Murray into the bowling. With length so far on that first delivery. I think I have some bad news for our fans. It looks like if the rain might be with us maybe in 15 or 20 minutes or so again, if it doesn't blow wrong.
Yes, definitely looking that way in terms of the weather. We mentioned that we were quite fortunate this morning not to have any sort of interruption. I'm listening to the weather forecast earlier. Definitely some showers were done for today. Hopefully, keeping our fingers crossed that the wind can pick up and divert this somewhere down to the south.
Yeah, that's the issue right now, is that the wind isn't very strong, so that's what needs to happen in order to blow the showers further south, as you mentioned. But if there's not much wind, they will come in due west, which will take them to us. Single there by Dawn. It will be an unfortunate way for this game to end, because really it has been a very enterprising start from Barbados in pursuit of these runs.
We're talking about enterprising. I think we have anything but enterprising in that encounter between Leeward Islands and Trinidad and Tobago. If you can recall, Trinidad and Tobago 108. And the Leeward Islands, the last score we're seeing here, 73 for 8. So both teams there really struggling with the bat at Sand Hill.
This one takes the edge, but no slip in place. Goes along the ground after traveling a couple of yards in the air. So the man at short third, and there's no run. This one coming off the edge again, but quite a thick edge. So that's the end of Murray's first over. First over costing just 1 run for 1. Yes, you mentioned that in that game at Sand Hill that both teams are struggling with the bat. I remember when the runs came in, the updates came in this morning from, well, earlier this afternoon from those games, and we said that Trinidad had made 109. That it may not necessarily 108 and 109 be the target. That it may not necessarily be that straightforward at Sand Hill. And it's so said, so done, because we have seen that of all the venues, that has been the hardest one to score, and to score quickly.
Both games actually delayed by rain at the moment. In the other game, Guyana made 175. Jamaican response there is 98 for 4. But both of those games being interrupted at the moment by rain. 98 for 4. Yes. So some interesting encounters in this first round of fixtures, albeit the score's nothing exorbitant.
Yeah, it's something we have seen throughout the tournaments. We hope that for the remaining games that we have a lot of action, and that the batsmen actually come to the party as Lee John comes into the bowling. Good length to start. This one punch, but straight to the man at extra cover. Court Murray does the feeling. This one turn straight to the man at square leg. Some hesitation. Slight misfield there by the fielder. It looks like Sylvester. Raquel Sylvester. May have been a close one with a clean pickup.
Yes, a risky single there. Brathwaite was always adamant that the run was on. Joshua Dawn was a bit reluctant at first, but in the end trusted his partner. And thanks to a misfield there by Sylvester at square leg, and Dawn was able to make his mark.
This one is another good delivery. Right on line, and John, that's what we saw from him even in the two-day competition. Was quite consistent with his line and length. Not the biggest of turners. This one is down the wicket. That one is struck ferociously over the straight boundary for 6 by Zion Brathwaite. Lovely shot there.
Lovely shot indeed, and it's something we spoke about earlier in terms of the lack of players coming down the wicket to the spinners. And on that occasion, Zion Brathwaite using his feet nicely. A bit of air given there by Lee John and forcefully hitting that one over long off to get another 6 added to his resume there this afternoon.
As he's really looking the part Brathwaite in this innings. Started confidently and has been continuing in that vein. Has really played some powerful shots off the front foot. 3 6s for him over the extra cover to long off region. Put some pressure now on John. Knows that he would not be bowling now to a stationary target. This one, he goes for an almighty swipe. This one beats him as he's looking for that shot. Maybe just looking to repeat that shot from the previous delivery. But remaining in his crease on this occasion and being beaten outside the off stump by a better length.
Yes, a bit of room offer there by Lee John, and there was Brathwaite again trying to open up that offside field, getting the outside edge. Wicketkeeper there really had no chance, and 2 more runs added to the total.
Yes, and at the end of the 10th over, Barbados in pursuit of 161. 61, yes, 161. They are now 70 for 1, so they require another, let's make it what, 91 runs for victory. Yes. We're saying weather permitting that we should get the other 35 overs in, but looks like it's about to rain again, Osnet.
Yes, and you called it, Malansi. The rain is not too far away from us. The wind, you could feel the wind picking up quite a bit. We mentioned.
Beautiful delivery. That's a beautiful delivery there from Murray. This one pitched and straightened, striking Dawn right in front of the stump. Judge LBW there, decision made by umpire Brian. And that's a massive wicket for the Windward Islands.
Yes, a big wicket indeed. Joshua Dawn again coming forward, but that delivery, as you mentioned, just a bit of tone and hitting his back leg, I think. And umpire Colin Bryan out of Jamaica judging that one to be out. So the second wicket goes for the Barbados under 19 team. They're on 72 now for 2.
Yes, and I think we may just get in possibly the rest of this over, or maybe even less than that based on what we are seeing here at the park.
Actually think the groundsmen are at the ready really in terms of getting the covers on, and as we speak, that is exactly what is happening. So wicket there just before another rain break here at the Park Hill playing field. It must be frustrating for the fans here. Good atmosphere being built up here, good match on our hands, but unfortunately we're going to have another break here in proceedings due to the weather.
Yeah, and just before we go for that break, Osnet, one of the things that we have spoken about off air is why this tournament is being played in the rainy season, but we do understand that some of these players are in school, and the summer break is the time when they will have the most time to have this tournament, and as such there's very little other opportunity to have a tournament of this nature, a 1 month tournament outside of the summertime.
Yes, and it's quite unfortunate really. We have had these interruptions, and they have actually impacted on the overall tournament, the two-day tournament that we had, in terms of the teams that were playing in these regions where they were affected severely by the weather. We spoke about the drainage system in some of the playing fields, apart from the Annesville playing field, the main playing field here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The drainage here is not really the best, so that has really impacted on the teams getting a result in some of the games in the two-day tournament, and we have seen it being manifested again before eyes in the start of the one-day tournament.
Yeah, so at this time we'll take a short break as we are interrupted here by rain. We'll have some updates for you a little bit later on if there's further action here from parking. All right, welcome back to the Park Hill playing field. We have some bad news, actually. The Rains have won at the end of the day, and it means that points will be shared here in what was shaping up to be a very interesting and exciting fixture between Barbados under 19 and the Windwards under 19, Osner.
Yes, a bit of disappointment here for both the players and even the spectators alike. It was shaping up to be a very interesting encounter. We've seen some very good cricket here being played here today, but in the end, the weather coming out victorious and limiting the play that we can have this afternoon. The umpires, must be said, they tried very hard. The ground staff tried their best as well, but in the end, the time really against us in order to get that 20 overs in, which was really, I think, the main objective of the umpires here this afternoon.
Yeah, and just to let you know that we had some of the fixtures today, of course, and in the game with Leewards and TNT, Trinidad and Tobago have defended their score. They have defeated the Leeward Islands, and we still have action with Jamaica and Guyana. Just to have an update on that score, isn't it?
Yes, 147 for 7 Jamaica. So this one looks like it will go down to the wire as well.
Yes, how many more they need to win?
They're chasing 175. So they need for the 28 runs.
Also runs, yeah.
29 runs actually.
So that one definitely will be a cliffhanger. So you could turn over there and have a look at that game on YouTube as well. And just to let you know that tomorrow, all fingers crossed and weather permitting, that we will be back here at Park Hill, where the Leeward Islands will take on Guyana, and at Arnesville, TNT will take on Barbados, and at Cumberland, Windward Islands will play Jamaica.
Yes, so another big run of fixtures in the CWI Rising Stars on the 19 tournament. I mentioned so far been some exciting encounters, albeit the scores haven't really been a lot to write home about. But we have seen some very good cricket here at the Park Hill playing field today. And as we mentioned, very disappointing not to have a result. But in the end, both teams will share the spoils here.
Yeah, so that's all that we have here from the Park Hill playing field on behalf of Osnet Kato and the rest of the team here, and also the ITFX production team. It is goodbye from me, Alanson Cruikshank, and we'll see you tomorrow.